Chapter 312. In the past, he would receive thousands of experience points. Some rare dungeons would give tens of thousands of experience points. However, the data this time made Lu Chen unable to remain calm. Killed Radiant Moon Werewolf, level 55 demon creature. Captured 4 million world energy. Obtained 1 talent fragment. Obtained 1 evolution point. Obtained 35 points of pure aura. Ding. Obtained 3 demon creature soul essences. Obtained Demon Wolf Claw X1. Obtained Demon Beast Core, purple, X3. Killed Radiant Moon Werewolf, level 54 demon creature. Captured 4 million world energy. Obtained 1 talent fragment. Obtained 1 evolution point. Collected 35 points of pure aura. Ding. Obtained 3 demon creature soul essences. Obtained Demon Beast Core, purple, X3. Obtained Pure Gold Wolf Claw, purple. Lu Chen took a look. It actually dropped equipment. He hurriedly checked the equipment's attributes. Lu Chen was idle anyway. With the lightless sky flame pillar and black coffin dead zone, he did not need to do anything. He had plenty of time to study the equipment. Pure Gold Wolf Claw +1, purple, attack 842-1014, 3rd dimension 1200 magic energy 80, in addition, there were a few equipment effects that increased critical damage, attack speed, and bleeding. Damn, the purple equipment's attributes are about the same as a single divine weapon equipment. Lu Chen was shocked. This shouldn't be a level 50 purple equipment. Speaking of which, why is there no level restriction on the equipment here? The previous equipment had a level indicator, but the pure gold wolf claw did not. In the past, only a portion of the treasures in Jiutian did not have a level requirement. As long as there was no level requirement, it meant that one could equip it regardless of level. According to this logic, wouldn't this equipment be something that anyone could equip? This is a bit strong. Lu Chen shook his head in shock. The attributes are so strong, and there is no level restriction. If I sold it on Earth, I would definitely make a fortune. While Lu Chen was looking at the equipment, his experience was still crazily increasing. The large amount of items dropped was simply shocking. Every Radiant Moon Werewolf drops a demon creature soul essence and a purple demon beast core. This is too good. At this moment, among the many purple drops, there was a system message with orange text, which made Lu Chen stunned for a moment. Could it be? Lu Chen hurriedly searched through the information records. Killed Radiant Moon Werewolf, level 56 demon creature. Obtained 6,200,000 Ling energy. Obtained 2 first-class advancement talent fragments. Obtained 2 evolution points. Collected 35 pure Ling energy. Ding. Obtained 3 demonized creature soul essences. Obtained 3 demonic beast cores. Obtained 3 radiant moon werewolf skeletons. Obtained 7 stars chasing the moon, orange. Damn, even small monsters drop orange equipment. Lu Chen was shocked. 7 stars chasing the moon was a pair of combat boots with 1600 3D and 180 MP. Lu Chen had previously been using purple equipment for this part of his body, but now it was just the right time to change into it. For orange equipment, the main point was not the attributes, because the attributes would definitely not be low. Whether it was strong or not, the key was still the special effects. Lu Chen immediately studied the special effects of 7 stars chasing the moon. Special Effect 1, increase movement speed by 35%. Special Effect 2, 7 stars chasing the moon. Reserve 7 short distance blink. Each blink distance is 8 meters. Grants 0.1 seconds of invincibility. Cooldown, 35 seconds. Every 7 stars chasing the moon has a cooldown of 5 seconds. Can only be used after 7 times of 7 stars chasing the moon. Damn! Lu Chen could not remain calm. 7 stars chasing the moon special effect was equivalent to having 7 movement skills. The only flaw was that each blink was only 8 meters. If he wanted to avoid the earth-splitting chasm, he would have to use it twice. The short distance is actually not bad. Its total movement distance is actually very long. It is even longer than quick movement and flickering night. Moreover, 7 stars chasing the moon has not been strengthened yet. If I get a few more pieces of equipment to strengthen it, it will definitely not be this short. Special Effect 3, when using any movement skills to escape from an enemy, trigger, reverse moon chasing. All movement skills cooldowns are halved. Seeing the third effect, Lu Chen was so excited that he could not speak. Including 7 stars, he now had 3 movement skills. 2 of the quick movement skills did not affect each other. It was equivalent to him having 4 movement skills. Take quick movement for example. It had a cooldown of 30 seconds. The Bone King's War State reduced the cooldown by 10 seconds, which was 20 seconds. This was already very fast. However, if the effect of reverse moon chasing was triggered, then the cooldown of quick movement would it be 30 seconds reduced by 10 seconds, then 20 seconds reduced by half to 10 seconds, or 30 seconds reduced by half to 15 seconds, then 10 seconds reduced to 5 seconds. The order of the 2 cooldowns was very important. It was double the difference. No, I have to try. Lu Chen immediately chose a target. Then, he moved in the opposite direction of the target. When he used quick movement, he entered the reverse moon chasing state. At this moment, the cooldown of quick movement became 5 seconds. Damn! As long as I am in escape mode, I can use so many movement skills in turn. There is almost no cooldown. Lu Chen was just about to be happy, but he was suddenly stunned. That's not right. This skill can only be used for running. Once I change direction midway, reverse moon chasing will be gone. Lu Chen frowned. Damn, what kind of skill is this? He did not care anymore. Anyway, 7 stars chasing the moon was definitely stronger than the previous purple equipment. He would change it first. Including pulling monsters and resting, Lu Chen had cleared all the werewolves in the valley in just over 20 minutes. 344 Radiant Moon werewolves and 1 Radiant Moon werewolf leader. A total of 1.45 billion experience points. A large number of first job advancement materials, more than 1,000 demonized creatures' soul essences, and more than 1,000 purple monsters' cores were dropped. In terms of equipment, there were 13 purple equipment and 3 7 stars chasing the moon. Looking at the bountiful harvest, Lu Chen could not help but sigh. Damn! Are those players wrong? What do they mean by monsters are hard to kill? This is a fucking leveling paradise. This place is too good. It's a loss if I don't grind until level 75. Xiao Min, let's grind here. Lu Chen was full of confidence as he waited for the surrounding werewolves to respawn. Nia Yuan Village. As the Holy Gate's messenger could only kneel at the entrance of the village, the Holy Gate's recruitment this time was ruined, and this matter had finally spread to the Holy Gate city. The person in charge of recruiting in this area of Nia Yuan Village was the Holy Gate's Hall Master, Holy Gate Iron John. Speaking of Iron John, this person could be said to be very famous in the Holy Gate. It was said that his team had once defeated a Heaven Domain boss with only 5 people. However, what really made him famous was that, just a month after entering the Holy Gate, he defeated the original Hall Master through a duel and became the current Hall Master of one of the 12 halls. In that battle, he had beaten the original Hall Master, who was quite powerful, to the point where he could not tell north from south. This had shown everyone his shocking strength. This was something that happened a few months ago. The current Iron John had more luxurious equipment and higher levels. His strength was also not what it used to be. However, After learning about what happened in Niayuan village, Iron Jean was furious and directly killed the person who came to inform him. How dare you make my people kneel in Niayuan village for a day and a night? I'd like to see who has the guts to do this. Come, follow me to Niayuan village. I'll skin that bastard alive. Chapter 313. The Holy Gate's 12th Hall Master, Taijan, led his original team and rushed toward Niayuan village. At the same time, so boring. The invisible Lu Chen sat in the center of the Radiant Moon Werewolves camp and sighed. Level 70 to 71 required 2.5 billion experience, and level 71 to 72 required 3 billion experience. However, Lu Chen spent 1.4 billion in 20 minutes. After killing a wave, the monsters around him would respawn again in 4 to 5 minutes. On average, 1 hour was 3 billion. Leveling up to 75 would only take a few hours. Leveling up was fast, but it was too boring. Let's go to the official website. In the past, people had always envisioned a global server, and there would be fights everywhere. However, after the servers were merged, there would not be many fights around the world. There was no point in fighting now. They would quickly take advantage of the opportunity to replenish their equipment and levels. It felt like graduation season. Even classmates who did not get along with each other would eventually turn hostility into friendship. Currently, the most popular post on the internet was related to solipsistic. Mad Demon, the system announcement said that you have gone to the second heaven. If you see my post, can you spoil what the second heaven is like? What is the surprise that Tianqing has prepared for us? Begging. Although Lu Chen did not reply personally, the post was still very popular. Many players had their own guesses. Actually, I feel like it's like other online games releasing a new expansion pack. There are more dungeons and equipment. I heard that the second heaven has to be fully aware of pain. Is that true? How difficult is the second heaven? Other than my weapons, I have the strong 3 divine martial set. It shouldn't be difficult. God above, do you have the divine martial set? Looking at these comments, Lu Chen could only shake his head. Kids, you are too naive. After thinking about it, Lu Chen prepared to reply, which was rare. Not long after, someone found a comment at the bottom of the post. It was a reply from Solipsistic. What is the second heaven like? My experience might be different from yours. I don't want to ruin other players' expectations. You can explore it yourselves. However, I have a message for you. The first heaven, the second heaven. Get good equipment. An outstanding person of the first heaven domain, after crossing the first heaven domain and arriving at the second heaven, in the end, he became the most ordinary of newbies. These were just the super experts who had defeated the super boss in the various heavens. As for the other players, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be in the future. After leaving some clues for the Earth players, Lu Chen returned to the game. Almost level 72. That's fast. Lu Chen tidied up his bag. After grinding for 3.5 times, he now had 62 pieces of purple equipment and 10 pieces of 7 stars chasing moon. Lu Chen took advantage of this time to upgrade 7 stars chasing the moon to strong 5. After the upgrade, in addition to the substantial increase in attributes, the key special effects were also strengthened. Movement speed increased to 50%, 7 stars chasing the moon special effect increased the movement distance to 15 meters per segment, and reverse moon chasing special effect reduced the cooldown of displacement skills by 65% after activation. 5 seconds. Lu Chen was at a loss for words. Too strong. However, the fatal weakness of reverse moon chasing was really unbearable. It could only be used when escaping. Such a heaven-defying skill had completely become a juggling skill. If only it could be improved. Lu Chen frowned and thought hard about how to make this skill an awesome skill. Just find a stronger opponent to test it on. Lu Chen looked at the werewolves around him. These guys felt that their IQ was still too low. Even the boss only knew how to run circles with its doppelgangers. It was completely unaware that it was being attacked. Using them to test the skill would definitely not work. Just as Lu Chen was thinking of finding an opponent, bad news came. A line of red words appeared in the system to remind him. Please note that you have been listed as a wanted target by the Holy Gate. At the same time, a bounty of 200,000 gold coins has been offered. Damn, I'm wanted by the guild, and a bounty is offered. This is only my first day at level 2. Lu Chen shook his head. He had caused trouble as soon as he arrived. Speaking of which, I'm only worth 200,000 gold coins. That's too cheap. Not long after, the system sent another message. Player, Holy Gate Iron Warrior, used the booming cauldron to transmit a message to the entire map. Where's the bastard who dares to challenge the Holy Gate? From today onwards, you'd better be a good grandson and hide. Otherwise, once I find you, I'll skin you alive. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Sure enough, after beating up the young, the old came, and so quickly. Speaking of which, that booming cauldron seems to be quite fun. It can transmit a message to the entire map. It was impossible to hide. Lu Chen was just leveling up. He had to admit that Lightless Sky Flame Pillar and Black Coffin Dead Zone were very strong. Their damage was high, and so was their consumption. After more than an hour of using these two skills, the consumption was very high. Lu Chen's pure spirit chi consumption finally couldn't take it anymore. His mixed spirit chi pills were also almost used up. Is leveling up so expensive? Damn, I'll go back and buy medicine. Without Lightless Sky Flame Pillar and Black Coffin Dead Zone, Lu Chen led his doppelganger to clear out some of the werewolves. However, his doppelganger couldn't withstand the attacks of so many monsters and disappeared. Without his doppelganger and pure spirit chi, Lu Chen couldn't withstand so many werewolves. He had to run. Damn, I didn't expect Reverse Moon chasing to come in handy so soon. Run, 7 stars chasing to the moon. Just as he arrived at the entrance, Lu Chen saw a group of people leveling up here. Considering the issue of efficiency, Lu Chen hadn't farmed the few special bosses at the entrance of the valley. In the end, there were people leveling up right outside his leveling area. There were a total of 5 people in this team. Their IDs were displayed, and they were all prefixed with Wood Mansion. There were only 5 of them, but they were killing 5 monsters at the same time. Their strength was quite good. Lu Chen was stunned when he saw one of them. His brows furrowed. It's her. He had a deep influence on her. That alien girl who was afraid of ghosts. At this moment, also saw Lu Chen and recognized him at a glance. He was the person who had challenged 14 people from the Holy Gate in the Novice Village and had a bounty of 200,000 gold coins. She was also stunned. It's him. Er's teammates, Xiao Tian, 8 Gates, 7 feet, and Wan, also saw Lu Chen. 8 Gates' eyes widened. Damn, it's that 200,000 gold coins. We're rich. Lu Chen was only stunned for a moment, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. Without saying anything, he ran past the 5 of them. Rapid movement. Night Shadow. Rapid movement. 7 stars chasing to the moon. Before the 5 of them could understand what was going on, they saw a blurry figure running past them like the wind. Damn, what the hell? Why is he running so fast? Doesn't displacement have a cooldown? The people from Wood Mansion didn't seem to have reached 7 stars chasing the moon. They didn't understand how Lu Chen could run so fast. 8 Gates noticed that was looking at that guy differently from the others. No, usually didn't look at anyone directly. She actually stared at that guy for a few seconds just now. Humph, who asked him to be so arrogant? Now he's a wanted man. Fortunately, he ran fast. Otherwise, I'll take the 200,000 gold coins. Just as Eight Gates was talking in disdain, a rumbling sound came from behind them. The people from Wood Mansion turned around and were stunned. 40 to 50 radiant moon werewolves suddenly rushed out from the valley. They were rushing towards them. What's going on? I don't know. Why are there so many werewolves? There are so many. No, we can't beat them. Run. Chapter 314. However, the most troublesome thing was that they were dealing with 5 werewolves. One of them was low on HP, while the other had already used many skills. Under such circumstances, they could not escape at all. They were instantly surrounded by the werewolf army. The werewolf army was also very funny. They could not catch up to Lu Chen, so they found a scapegoat. Ah, so many, this damage. 7 or 8 radiant moon werewolves slapped at the same time, and Ba Men's HP dropped from 4/5 to 1/5. On the other side, Xiao Tian raised the Divine Buddha Golden Bell, but he could not withstand the attacks of so many werewolves. His HP dropped rapidly. Wanna was a medicine master, but now that the whole team had lost so much HP, she could not heal them in time. Spring Rejuvenation. Shennom's Healing. Reincarnation Revival. I can't heal anymore. You guys run first, I'll deal with it. Fuck, I can't hold on anymore. What the hell, why are there so many werewolves? Are they crazy? What did that brat do just now? Fuck, why didn't he say anything before running away? Fuck, I'm going to die. Jior was also going crazy. That brat poked a hornet's nest, but he just had to run away from us. Wanner, save me. Wanner did not reply. Jior turned around, and her heart sank. Wanner was the first to die. She had been healing the others, but she could not heal herself when she was attacked. Damn it, you brat, don't let me see you again. Jior said angrily. Wood Manor's team, wiped out, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He whistled and walked back to the village leisurely. It was hard to imagine that a person wanted by the entire server for 200,000 gold would be in such a state. How could the werewolves' aggro be so high that they could chase him out of the valley? His pure spiritual energy had been exhausted, and he almost thought that he was going to die. He just happened to see the Wood Manor people. Speaking of which, Lu Chen looked back when he was running away. Those people did not run away. To be able to fight so many werewolves without panicking, as expected of an expert. Lu Chen sighed, sure enough, there are still many strong people in the second celestial layer. If I didn't conceal myself, I wouldn't have dared to fight so many werewolves alone. Respect. Oh right, that girl actually came to the second heaven as well. I feel that she's prettier than before. Did she have plastic surgery? I remember that her strength is pretty good. If there's a chance, I can spar with her again. Hey, I'll go back to the village and buy more mixed Qidong. It's best to see if there are any higher level ones. Right now, my consumption is too big. Walking and walking, Lu Chen finally returned to Niayuan village. At the entrance of the village, the 14 heroes of the Holy Gate were still kneeling. The moment the Holy Gate's returning dust saw Lu Chen, his eyes immediately widened. It's you. How dare you show up? This time, I will definitely avenge my humiliation. Quickly inform the Hall Master. Lu Chen was too lazy to talk to him and went straight into the village. The owner of the pharmacy in Niayuan village was an inconspicuous old man with a kind face. He didn't sell many medicines, but when he saw the grades, Lu Chen was shocked. First Revolution Elementary Qi Recovery Pill, recovers HP and pure spiritual energy at the same time. Price, 4 gold per pill. First Revolution Regeneration Pill, recovers a large amount of HP at 2.5 gold per pill. First Revolution Mixed Chi Pill, recovers a large amount of temporary impure spiritual energy at 2.5 gold per pill. There's also Hong Sheng Cauldron, 100 gold coins. So this thing can be bought. Boring. It's quite expensive. Lu Chen thought for a moment and bought 100 first cycle regeneration pills. He rarely used this thing and could be considered to be carrying it on his back. The key was still the first cycle mixed chi pills. He bought 50,000 of them in one go. More than 120,000 gold coins were gone just like that. Damn, my bounty is only worth 80,000 mixed chi pills. It's too cheap. After buying the pills, Lu Chen went to the smithy to take a look. This place only taught smithing and didn't teach smithing. It seemed that he had to go to a higher level place to learn 6-star smithing. He still had a Sky Thunder stone that he hadn't embedded yet. It might need a 6-star or higher to be embedded. After walking around casually, there was nothing to see. However, there was a large group of players sizing him up and occasionally whispering to each other. It can't be, is it really him? He dares to enter the village. It's 200,000 gold coins, do you want to try? But that kid seems to have some skills. Didn't he kill 14 Holy Gate messengers alone? Can we beat him? Yeah, that kid's bet is very strange. Don't let him kneel with returning dust and the others. 200,000 gold coins was very tempting, but it didn't seem so easy to get. Lu Chen was also annoyed by these people's whispers. Since there was nothing to see in the village, he quickly went back to leveling. Just as he walked to the entrance of the village, a group of people suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked Lu Chen's path. Looking at these people's clothes, one could tell that they were from the Holy Gate. The leader was a burly man with a full beard. His ID was Holy Gate Taijan. Returning Dust, who was still kneeling on the ground, glared at Lu Chen. His eyes were red with anger, and he wanted to eat him alive. Hall Master, it's him. I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Taijan looked at Lu Chen, narrowed his eyes slightly, and sneered, Humph, there's a road to heaven, but you don't take it. Boy, you're the most courageous person I've ever seen. How dare you return to Niayuan village? Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. Niayuan village isn't owned by your family. Why can't I come? Also, the Holy Gate is really annoying. Can't you call the most powerful one here? Otherwise, I'll have to fight again and again. It'll affect my leveling. Taijan was so angry that he almost laughed at Lu Chen. Is this guy really stupid, or really stupid? The most powerful one? Sorry, you're not qualified to meet me. I'm enough to let you know what kind of existence the Holy Gate is. I have to admit that you really are the most arrogant person I've ever met. But boy, let me teach you a lesson for free. Remember, it's really cool to be arrogant, but you have to be prepared to pay the price. Let my people kneel for a day. Very well, I'll let you kneel here for a week. Then I'll let people humiliate you every day so that you'll never be able to raise your head. Lu Chen curled his lips and directly pulled out the wishful staff and devil blade. Before teaching me, you should first understand this principle. But now it seems that the one who really needs to be taught is you. Isn't it just a fight? I'm in a hurry, and I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Let's hurry up. I'll start the bet. Lu Chen once again summoned the custom interface for the duel. You said that if you lose, kneel for a week. I don't think it's enough. I can only set a week of compulsory behavior. Forget it, then a week. The bet is 850,000 gold coins. Full pain perception is also activated. If you don't feel pain, you won't remember. Oh, and the number of people, I'll still be one. As for you, let's see, 24. Let's do it. After filling in the template, Lu Chen pushed the duel invitation to the other party. Tai Zhan's face turned pale. The way this guy talked to himself just now was really disgusting. It was as if in the eyes of this guy, he was the Holy Gate Hall Master, and there was no difference between him and Gui Chen. No, he had given himself an extra 10 spots. Moreover, he had directly set himself to kneel for a week, and 850,000 gold coins. Fortunately, he had listened to Gui Chen's words and borrowed a lot of gold coins in advance. Otherwise, he would have to raise money in front of so many people. Good, you have guts. I admire you. Tai Zhan sneered. But I don't want 24 people. I, Tai Zhan, and my 5 brothers have always advanced and retreated together. If it's 40 people, it's the 5 of us. If it's just one person, it's also the 5 of us. There's no need to explain. Tai Zhan changed the rules and changed his number to 5. At the same time, he clicked to confirm and pushed the panel to Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Up to you. He immediately clicked to confirm. Chapter 315. It can't be, that kid wants to challenge the Holy Sect Hall Master. I've heard of Tai Zhan. He's super strong and took over the position after killing the previous Hall Master. However, that kid still wants to fight a group of people alone. I'm really impressed. Who is this guy? What kind of power is behind him? He's so fearless. It had to be said that Lu Chen had become completely famous in Niayuan village. He had clashed with people from the Holy Sect twice in just one day from the first to the second. Everyone made way for the duel. The duel was about to begin. At this moment, Lu Chen was still thinking about his 7 stars chasing the moon. How could he make 7 stars chasing the moon exert its combat power instead of just escaping? This would determine the value of 7 stars chasing the moon and his future tactical arrangements. Reverse moon chasing, from the name of the skill, it's to move in the opposite direction of the opponent. At this moment, the battle had begun. The newcomers in Niayuan village were born with extraordinary confidence. They were the strongest players in their respective servers. Ordinary newcomers were like this, let alone Tai Zhan's team. As soon as the battle began, Tai Zhan's team moved immediately. The first step was naturally to close the distance. The 5 of them used displacement skills at the same time. Different displacement skills, but all of them rushed toward Lu Chen at the same time. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Speaking of which, it should be a good idea to test his moves on these 5 people. 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Chen immediately slipped away. He moved quickly in the opposite direction of the opponent's position. After meeting the reverse condition, the reverse moon chasing state was activated. The displacement skill with a cooldown of 30 seconds became a cooldown of 5 seconds. Run. Haha, you finally know fear. Unfortunately, it's too late. Earth Dao of the 3 Daos, Earth Spike. Lu Chen saw a lot of red warnings on the ground. The black eyes of the gods indicated that there would be a large-scale AoE skill soon. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Great, the game's difficulty has increased. After using 2 stages of 7 stars chasing the moon, it was confirmed that he had entered the reverse moon chasing state. What would happen if he changed direction midway? Lu Chen made a sharp turn and suddenly turned towards one of the 5. Dark Knight Flash. Never in their wildest dreams did Iron Warrior and the others expect this fellow to turn around and attack them. Not only did he evade their prediction skill, he even dashed towards one of their teammates. The person Lu Chen had chosen as his target was not a weakling. He snorted coldly and said, "Touch me." Courting death. Dual puppet, attack and defense. The puppet master summoned a second puppet. One puppet stood in front of him, while the other pounced at Lu Chen. Lu Chen did not attack. He was paying attention to the cooldown of his displacement skill. Holy shit, Reverse Moon Chase's effect is indeed gone. The skill's cooldown is now 20 seconds. Fortunately, he had many movement skills. 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Qin turned his head again and moved 45 degrees away from that person. If running in a straight line could activate reverse moon chasing, then what about running at a 45-degree angle? It was actually activated. What about 30 degrees? 7 stars chasing the moon. It was activated again. 20 degrees, successful activation. 15 degrees, successful activation. Finally, Lu Qin tested it out. Moving at an angle of at least 15 degrees from the opponent's path was considered to be escaping. That's much more interesting. I'll use a 15-degree detour. In fact, I won't be too far away. I can come back at any time. During the detour, I'll always be in the state of chasing the moon in reverse. At this moment, the surrounding powerhouses had already seen enough. The rookie was frantically escaping without stopping for a moment. Only his blurry shadow was left on the scene. That guy, why is he running? Does he have that many movement skills? It's 7 stars chasing the moon. As long as he is in a fleeing state, his movement skills will be reduced by 50%. However, he does have a lot of movement skills. They are all connected seamlessly. What the FK, how can we fight like this? We can't even see him. Taizhan and the rest were depressed. That guy was crazy. He was running around, and his movement trajectory was completely irregular. Skill prediction. What kind of joke was this? How could they predict such a shadowy guy? Not only were they unable to attack, but they were also tricked into using their high-level skills by that guy. In the end, they could only look at his afterimages helplessly. Damn it, kid. Aren't you arrogant? You're scared the moment you see your daddy. Watch your mouth. You want to fight, right? Fine, I'll start. People could no longer tell where the madman's voice came from. After speaking, Lu Qin, who was still in a state of rapid movement, immediately made his move. Earth-splitting chasm. You dare to show off such a low-level skill? 3 paths of earth, rock rampart. The earth on the ground suddenly rose rapidly, forming an arc-shaped shield that protected all 5 of them. The earth-level low-level skill, 3 paths, was obtained by Taizhan from the sky-piercing boss. The 3 paths included the path of earth, water, and path of phoenix. Each path had multiple functions, and their levels were not low. In total, there were probably more than 10 different skills with different functions. The 3 paths were very complicated, but very useful. Especially in the hands of an expert, they could quickly find a specialized skill to break the opponent's skill. No matter how strong one skill was, the opponent had a bunch of skills, and could even use skills that could counter your skills. This was what made Taizhan difficult to deal with. With a boom, the rock rampart easily blocked the earth-splitting chasm, and the suppression effect took effect. Kid, my 3 paths are not that easy to break. Alright, it's my turn now. Don't think you're safe just because you keep running. Your turn. Stop dreaming. In this round, you can only take a beating. 7 stars chasing the moon. Lu Qin quickly adjusted his angle and flashed behind the shield. Dark Night Shadow. 7 stars chasing the moon was used to adjust the angle while maintaining a reverse moon chasing state, while Dark Night Shadow was used to quickly close in on the enemy. The puppet master coldly snorted. Faint again. Since you're here, don't leave. Dual puppet, rap. 2 puppets rushed towards Lu Qin. Lu Qin coldly snorted. Comparing numbers. Are you kidding me? War God Possession, Devil Transformation, Doppelganger. 6 doppelgangers rushed towards the puppet master. At this moment, the teamwork of Taizhan's team was reflected. Seeing his teammates being threatened, Taizhan coldly snorted. You want to touch my people? Dream on. 3 paths of water and wind, wind and waves. A wave suddenly appeared under the puppet master's feet, sending him directly to Tai Zhan's side. Lu Chen rarely appeared, and the other 3 simultaneously activated their skills. Myriad Sword Art, Flowing Cloud Sword. Tracking Cannon, Flood Dragon's Tongue. 100 Steps, Strong Continuous Shot. Lu Chen slightly smiled, and in the next moment, his figure blurred again, easily avoiding these 2 skills. Logically speaking, Lu Chen should attack the other 3, but Lu Chen did not do so. He used 7 stars chasing the moon to avoid the skills, and at the same time, he adjusted his angle and suddenly moved in the opposite direction. Rapid movement. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the puppet master. Sorry, no one can protect the people I want to kill. Rapid attack, Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Raging Flame Slash. Under a series of incomprehensible damage, the health bar of this player with 370,000 HP instantly disappeared. Not far away, the 2 huge puppets that were still entangled with Lu Chen's doppelgangers also fell to the ground at the same time, as if they had lost their souls. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Chen had already insta-killed the first of the 5. Chapter 316. Tai Zhan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. This guy killed his comrade right in front of him. After activating full pain perception, his comrade's screams were still ringing in his ears, which made him even angrier. Bastard, I'm going to skin you alive. Unfortunately, the problem now was that he couldn't catch that guy at all. He ran away after killing someone. What a wretched move. This was even more maddening. Tai Zhan almost lost his mind. Bastard, don't run if you have the guts, you coward. You dare to face me head-on. Lu Chen's voice came from the surroundings. Face. Hee, sorry, you're not worthy. I'm just testing out my skills. In the blink of an eye, the second 7 stars chasing the moon was off cooldown. Lu Chen crazily shuttled through the crowd, coming and going without a trace. This time, the surrounding players were dumbfounded. Damn, so 7 stars chasing the moon can be used like this? At first, I thought it was a useless special effect. Using 7 stars chasing the moon to move in a small angle, making it difficult for the opponent to catch his whereabouts. Finally, using other long-distance movements to come back and reap the harvest. In this way, it's useless no matter how many skills he has. He can't catch him at all. Tai Zhan's advantage is that he has many skills. In the end, he just had to meet this lunatic. At this time, the 5 people from the Wood Manor had just revived and rushed back. The training spot that they found with great difficulty was no longer useful as it was filled with werewolves. Sigh, we were originally happy, but we met that lunatic. What bad luck. Yeah, if I see that guy, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. The few of them were cursing and in the end, they saw a group of people watching in the village. What's the situation? What's going on here today? Is there something interesting to see? The 5 of them were curious and ran over to watch the show. Just as they squeezed into the crowd, they were stunned. Damn, the Sacred Gates Hall Master is fighting with someone. It's Tai Zhan. Xiao Tian frowned. He had heard of this person before. He was also someone who defeated a Heaven Domain boss with 5 people. He was very strong. That's not right. Why did Tai Zhan already have 3 people dead? Where are their opponents? Ba Men looked around and finally saw the blurry figure. What's going on? Why is that guy in a blurry state? After watching for a while, Xiao Tian seemed to understand. It's not a blurry state. It's because he's been using a teleportation skill. What? How is this possible? Jiu frowned and faintly said, why does that fellow look a little familiar? It's him. It's him. Although Lu Chen was constantly moving, he would occasionally stop. When he stopped, the people of the Wood Mansion could finally see him clearly. It was the group of radiant moon werewolves that had led to their demise. It can't be, right? It's really him. Why did this brat get into a fight with the Saint Gate the moment he returned? The people from the Mu residence asked the people around them and found out what was going on. It was just that when facing a powerhouse of Tai Zhan's level, this guy actually used such a bizarre tactic and easily killed 3 people. The strength of Tai Zhan's team might not lose to theirs. Fuck, what the hell is this brat? In the battlefield, Lu Chen rapidly moved. Coupled with the super high attack speed brought about by rapid attacks, he killed another enemy. Now, only Tai Zhan was left on the battlefield. Just a moment ago, they still had the advantage in numbers. But in the blink of an eye, the teammates around him fell one by one in front of him. As the team leader, Tai Zhan actually couldn't do anything. Tai Zhan almost went crazy. The most important thing was that until now, he still hadn't found a way to break it. He could only let that guy fly around him. This is so infuriating, so infuriating. Bastard, come out. As if Lu Chen had heard Tai Zhan's request, he stopped in front of Tai Zhan. However, at this moment, Lu Chen's gaze became a little cold. Previously, Tai Zhan had called himself father, but his parents had always been a taboo topic for Lu Chen. When he was very young, his parents had abandoned him and his sister and disappeared without a trace. It could be said that Tai Zhan had touched Lu Chen's reverse scale. Although his mouth was cheap, Lu Chen still didn't like hearing it. Didn't you want to fight with me head-on? Alright, I'll fulfill your wish. Tai Zhan gasped for breath. This guy finally appeared. He finally had a place to vent his anger. 3 Daos of 3 Daos as 1, Mudstone Hurricane. Tai Zhan's cultivation technique was a little interesting. It didn't directly come from the weapon in his hand, but rather relied on the environment to activate it. Of course, the specific attack power was linked to his attributes. This cultivation technique had a distinct characteristic, which was that the scene was very spectacular. In the field, 3 ferocious mudslides formed a tornado that grew bigger and bigger as it rushed towards Lu Chen. Damn, what kind of skill is this? It's so strong. Tai Zhan is a prophet job, so this skill uses the elements of nature. It has the highest compatibility with the prophet job. This should be an earth-level cultivation technique dropped by the Heaven Domain boss. Xiao Tian slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at the spectacular scene. This skill combines the elements of earth, water, and wind. It should be the final move of this 3 Daos. It should be very strong. Tai Zhan's skill prediction was very accurate. The 3 mudstones were released in a very particular path, taking care of each other. The area they affected was very large, making it hard for people to dodge. Unless they used a displacement skill. However, since Lu Chen said he wanted to fight head-on, he naturally wouldn't use a displacement skill to escape. He should be able to use a displacement skill to dodge. Humph, in front of all these people, he won't be able to back down. Jiu Er knit her brows. Although she hated this fellow to death, it also made her more interested in him. What would he do? Go back on his words and choose to dodge. However, in the next second, Lu Chen charged into one of the mudstones. This action completely stunned the spectating players. What kind of move is this? Is he committing suicide? Damn, is he crazy? He's going to hit an earth-level cultivation technique's ultimate move. I don't understand, this time I really don't understand. Tai Zhan laughed crazily, ha ha ha, kid, do you think my mudstones are a joke? Pretending in front of me? What's in the mudstones is not wind, but a mudstone flow. Once you're hit, not only will it cause a lot of damage, it can also slow down your movements and make all displacement skills ineffective. Tai Zhan was also very experienced. Once he used this skill, as long as Lu Chen didn't back down due to his face, he would definitely be hit. At that time, his displacement skills would be sealed, and he wouldn't be able to back out even if he wanted to. Ha ha ha, kid, you want to fight with me? You're too inexperienced. However, in the mudstones, there was a cold snort. Taijan, your mudstones are too boring. In the next second, Lu Chen directly used 7 stars chasing the moon and passed through the mudstones. Not only did Lu Chen directly walk out from the mudstones, but what was even more unbelievable was that this guy's HP was still full. Around him, a few people didn't hold their weapons firmly and dropped them to the ground. Chapter 317. That person, he walked out of that person's skill just like that. Are you kidding me? Don't you care about your reputation if it's an earth-tier cultivation technique? He's using cheats, this is undeniable. Taijan was more shocked than anyone else. He had never encountered such an unbelievable thing. You. Taijan stuttered for a long time, but he couldn't say anything else. His mind was filled with 3 words, impossible. Lu Chen shook his head, slightly disappointed. I've already said that if you want to find trouble with me, get the strongest person in your holy gate to come over. Otherwise, you'll be sending your head to me. Sigh, it's still a little lonely after all, forget it, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Get ready to kneel. Rapid movement, fierce tiger descends the mountain. Instant kill. Lu Chen had once again insta-killed the hall masters of the 12 holy gates. However, this was no longer the focus of everyone's attention. Even Taijan didn't react to Lu Chen's attack. Everyone's thoughts were still stuck on the unbelievable scene just now. 8th brother, how did he do it? Jiu was eager to know the answer. This was too unbelievable. 8th gate, who had always prided himself as an expert, was speechless this time. He frowned and kept shaking his head. I don't know, either. This is impossible. The mud tornado has a diameter of 100 meters. How did he come out unscathed? At this time, Xiao Tian, who had been silent at the side, finally spoke. I know that the 7 stars chasing the moon has a displacement distance of 8 meters per segment. However, did you notice that his 7 stars chasing the moon has a displacement distance of 15 meters per segment? As soon as these words came out, the 5 people from the wood mansion were stunned. Could it be that he strengthened the 7 stars chasing the moon by 5 times? Xiao Tian nodded. That's the only possibility. 7 segments of 15 meters is enough for him to walk out. Moreover, if his control is precise enough, the 0.1 seconds of invincibility in each segment of the 7 stars chasing the moon can ensure that he doesn't receive any damage. No, that's not right. An eavesdropping player suddenly interrupted, that kid just came to Niayuan village today. How could he improve 7 stars chasing the moon by 5 times in such a short time? Xiao Tian shook his head. 7 stars chasing moon's drop rate isn't high. Only special radiant moon werewolves have a small chance of dropping it. The first time he fought Returning Dust and the others, he was still wearing a pair of purple boots. It's only been 3 hours since his last battle. It's impossible for him to gather enough strengthening materials in such a short time. This seemed to have become an unsolvable mystery in everyone's hearts. But no matter what others thought, the duel was already over. Lu Chen received another 850,000 gold coins. At the same time, there was another row of people kneeling outside Niayuan village. Their countdown was a bit exaggerated. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, Gui Chen looked at Taijan kneeling behind him and nearly collapsed. The hall master had come to avenge him, but in the blink of an eye, the hall master was kneeling with him. At this time, Taijan no longer cared about kneeling. His mind was filled with the image of Lu Chen walking out of the mud tornado. A person walked out of his Earth-tier cultivation technique's ultimate move just like that. This kind of shock was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Lu Chen passed by the village entrance. Looking at the 2 rows of people kneeling there, he shook his head. He really didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. Now, the Holy Gate would definitely be at odds with him. He had offended a Holy Gate that controlled a level 60 main city as soon as he arrived at the second heaven. His journey to the second heaven didn't seem to be going smoothly. Lu Chen was just about to leave Niayuan village when a girl ran over from behind and shouted, "Forget it, I'll go and level up." "Hey, wait." Lu Chen turned around. Is there anyone else who's not convinced? In the end, he took a closer look and saw that it was Jiu from Mu Mansion. "It's you." Lu Chen was a little surprised. "Yes. Do you feel guilty about what you did to me?" Jiu tilted her head and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen froze for a moment. "Guilty? You being afraid of ghosts has nothing to do with me." Lu Chen thought that Jiu was talking about the ancient battlefield. What ancient battlefield? Did we meet in the ancient battlefield? Jiu frowned, puzzled. Lu Chen thought about it. No, he was in human form now. She didn't recognize him. Oh, I don't think so. Then, why should I feel guilty? You pulled a huge wave of radiant moon werewolves and caused our team to be wiped out. You actually don't remember. Jiu looked at Lu Chen angrily. Looking at Jiu's angry look, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. It turned out that an angry girl could be so beautiful. He really wanted to make her angry every day. Oh, that. Your team was wiped out. Lu Chen finally realized. Well, I'm sorry. I saw that you didn't run at that time and thought you could beat them. After all, many werewolves don't have much HP. Jiu was speechless. Many werewolves did not have much HP, but there were many of them. That's easy for you to say. If you could beat them, why did you run? I don't have any spiritual energy, no spiritual energy. Ah. You can really beat them. Otherwise, how could they not have any HP? Lu Chen realized that he seemed to like chatting with this silly girl. You. How did you kill them? It's a secret. Jiu pursed her lips. This question should involve some trump card. If he didn't say, she couldn't ask anymore. By the way, how did you pass through the mud tornado just now? Lu Chen thought about it. Speaking of which, he and Jiu seemed to be fated. Not only had they met several times in the ancient battlefield, but they had even met in the novice village. Moreover, this was not a secret. 7 stars chasing the moon's drop rate was quite high. People would find out sooner or later. I just need to upgrade 7 stars chasing the moon to strong 5. You're really strong 5? Yes. Jiu carefully observed Lu Chen's expression and realized that he didn't seem to be lying. Moreover, it was just as brother Xiao Tian had guessed. It should be true. If you have the ability to kill so many radiant moon werewolves, it's also possible. Jiu said thoughtfully. This was great. The question in her heart had finally been answered. Finally, she didn't have to keep this matter hanging. Okay, thank you for telling me this. Well, if you can survive the bounty in the pursuit, I think we might meet again. Lu Chen smiled. Who would be so suicidal and chase after him all day for a mere 200,000 gold coins? While they were talking, Lu Chen and Jiu received a new system notification at the same time. Server bounty order, Saint Gate wants this person. Bounty of 1 million gold coins. This so-called person was a 3D projection that looked exactly like Lu Chen. Jiu looked at Lu Chen with a smile. Hey, you're worth 1 million gold coins. That's a huge sum. There will probably be many bounty hunters coming after you. Let me give you a friendly reminder. Bounty hunters are not easy to deal with. Some of them are strong, and they have the power of heaven. You'd better be careful. Lu Chen shook his head. Is it a lot? It's only 1 million gold coins. Boring. Okay, I'm going to level up. We'll meet again if fate allows. 1,000,000 gold coins. A skinny man finished off a player in front of him with a slash. He pulled out his weapon and smiled. Seems interesting. Somewhere, a muscular man over 2 meters tall killed a giant beast with a hammer and stopped to check the notification. Oh, there's another 1 million gold bounty. What? Niayuan village. Isn't that the beginner's village? What is Saint Gate doing? Giving away money for free? The 1 million gold coins bounty had been sent out. Everyone in the second heaven had received this news. Without a doubt, this was a bounty that could attract the attention of true experts. Chapter 318. Lu Chen did not want to go to the werewolf's lair anymore. He did not know if the people from the wood mansion would still go there. Moreover, the best equipment there was 7 stars chasing the moon, and he was already stronger than that. Are there any dungeons there? Aya, that girl seems to know a lot. She even knows about heavenly might. I should have asked her. Lu Chen was a little regretful, but since he had already left, he did not want to go to the werewolf's lair. He might as well just wander around. Ever since Lu Chen had a bounty on him, it seemed that every time he met players, they would look at him strangely. It felt like he was a walking 1 million gold coins, but they were not sure if they should come and pick it up. Xiao Min, give me invisibility. It's a little uncomfortable to be stared at like this. Okay, boss. Let's open the map first. After invisibility, Lu Chen spread his wings and flew up. This way, it would be more efficient to open the map. There were many players sitting on mounts shuttling back and forth in the air. There were all kinds of mythical beasts from the mountains and seas, mythical beasts from Western legends, and some behemoths that Lu Chen had never seen before. Rare mount-type magical equipment passed by in the sky. However, after seeing so many mythical beasts, Lu Chen did not see the 9-winged celestial dragon. It seemed that none of these players had gotten a dark gold mount. Lu Chen also wanted to summon the 9-winged celestial dragon, but he could barely see the ground when he was flying. If he sat on the 9-winged celestial dragon, he might miss the entrance of the dungeon. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Let's just fly first. The area of Niayuan village was bigger than Lu Chen imagined. After spending 4 hours, he still could not completely explore the map. He had only explored the eastern side. In front of him was a towering mountain range. The map panel showed that this mountain range was called Spirit Condensation Mountain Range. Beyond this mountain range was the level 60 map, Dragon War Land. Spirit Condensation Mountain Range seemed to be the boundary between the Novice Village and the level 60 map. It completely blocked the huge Novice Village and Dragon War Land. A level 60 map. Actually, I don't have to farm monsters over level 50. Let's go take a look. Anyway, today's map was incomplete. Lu Chen was curious and flew close to the mountain range, wanting to see the map of Dragon War. As soon as he entered the Spirit Condensation Mountain Range, Lu Chen received a notification. Spirit Condensation Mountain Range. Spirit energy is gushing out, and the spirit flow is complicated. Within 50 meters to 5,000 meters above the Spirit Condensation Mountain Range, the spiritual flow is extremely strong. Only special mounts can withstand it. When riding a mount, please climb above 5,000 meters to pass through 5,000 meters. As far as I know, there aren't many mounts that can climb more than 5,000 meters. Lu Chen frowned slightly. The mountain range was so steep that it was impossible for land mounts to enter it. Flying mounts were also unable to fly stably at altitudes below 50 meters. In other words, it seemed that it was very difficult for people to pass through the Spirit Condensation Mountain Range and directly enter the Longzhanya. In that case, as expected, this place isn't used for direct transmigration. However, Lu Chen was different from others. He had wings. He could fly at a low altitude of 50 meters. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Lu Chen was puzzled. Spirit Condensation Mountain Range. The name sounds pretty good. I thought there were some treasures, but there aren't even any wild monsters. Lu Chen was a little disappointed and planned to pass through this barrier as soon as possible. 30 minutes later, Lu Chen swallowed a grade 1 energy conversion pill. Damn, this mountain range is so wide, and I haven't reached the end yet. The second layer of heaven is completely different from the first layer of heaven. It doesn't feel like a game map, but more like a real world. While talking to himself, Lu Chen suddenly noticed a small discordant color in his line of sight. After taking a closer look, Lu Chen was stunned. Huh? Why is there someone over there? Fortunately, Lu Chen was using wings to fly, and he had the bloodline of the flower goblin, so his eyesight was amazing. When he flew through the mountain range, he suddenly saw a figure in the forest. From above, the person's figure was mostly covered by the leaves, but some parts of the person's dark blue robe were different in color from the surroundings, so Lu Chen could see him. That guy is hiding in that place. If he was riding a mount at a height of 5,000 meters, no one would be able to see him. Lu Chen circled in the air for a while and realized that the person was still standing under the tree. Could it be an NPC? Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly dived and landed steadily on the ground. Looking at the man's ID, Lu Chen was sure that he was an NPC. Although his ID was a row of question mark, the yellow characters were yellow. However, the font was yellow, which was the symbol of an NPC. Suddenly, an NPC appeared in a desolate place in the wilderness. Lu Chen was instantly energized. He removed the invisibility effect and quickly walked toward the man. Hello, why are you here alone? Suddenly seeing someone coming over, he was very surprised. How did you find me? You can't see me at a height of 5,000 meters. Lu Chen smiled. You're right. That's why I saw you when I was flying at a low altitude. Hey, look, we're all adults. This is the wilderness, and there are no outsiders. Why don't we skip the prelude? Anyway, I'm ready. Let's get to the point, shall we? The mountain man looked at Lu Chen in horror and clutched his collar. What are you doing? I'm telling you, if you dare to have any improper thoughts about me, I'll kill myself. Lu Chen almost broke down. What kind of reaction was this NPC having? Did he think that he was Lei Feng? Big brother, who has improper thoughts about you? What are you NPCs thinking about all day long? I'm here for a mission. Lu Chen explained helplessly. Look at you, appearing in such an impossible place, you obviously have a mission. Let's not talk about those things anymore. Let's get to the point, okay? The mountain man finally let out a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to do something to me. Big brother, you're right. I do have a mission here, but... The mountain man looked at Lu Chen from head to toe. Are you sure you want to accept it? This mission is extraordinarily difficult, and the consequences are irreversible. Lu Chen smiled. Wasn't this what he wanted to hear? Thinking about it, the mountain man appeared in such an almost impossible place. His mission was definitely not an ordinary one. It's better if it's harder. The reward is also generous. Alright, since you can find me, it means that you must have something special about you. Then I'll give you a mission. Ding! Activated disaster level hidden mission, awareness of the strong, normal difficulty, mission description, the strong naturally have the confidence of the strong. If the easy difficulty can't satisfy you, then we've prepared a higher difficulty for you. Mission details, Spirit Condensation Mountain has gathered spiritual energy for tens of thousands of years, nurturing the source, an unconscious life form. You need to defeat it. Mission Reward 1, the difficulty of the Galaxy server's second heaven will be increased from easy to normal. In normal difficulty, monsters' attributes will be increased by 100%, players' attributes will be decreased by 15%, and all server income will be increased by 15%. Equipment of dark gold and above will be unlocked. Mission Reward 2, the individual who completes the character will be able to choose one reward from Divine Blood or Demonic Seed. Chapter 319. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. A disaster-level mission. This was the first time he had heard of such a mission. Also, this mission was too difficult. It was not that the mission was difficult, but the reward was beyond Lu Chen's imagination. So, the current second level was only easy difficulty. Speaking of which, the monsters outside the novice village were already so strong. Was this really easy difficulty? After completing the mission, the game's difficulty would be raised to normal difficulty. All monsters' attributes would be increased by 100%, while the player's attributes would be lowered. At the same time, the player's income would increase, and equipment of dark gold and above would be unlocked. However, Lu Chen discovered a very serious problem. Wait, I think I'm a monster. Lu Chen looked at the mountain man in surprise. Am I a monster or a player? The mountain man's face was no longer as shy as before. He smiled calmly. What you are, from the first day you entered Jiutian, didn't you already know it in your heart? Lu Chen's brows furrowed. On the first day of entering the game, everyone else started from the novice village, but not him. He was a weak gnoll. A gnoll who was being chased by players. Moreover, Lu Chen's reputation was different from the others. His reputation was that of monsters, while his reputation in the other main cities was negative. He was too lazy to look at it. There was nothing he could do about it. Who told him to kill the main city's guardian beasts and massacre the entire city? In any case, Lu Chen had done many bad things. No matter what Lu Chen's current identity was, he was still a monster in human skin. That is to say, if I activate normal difficulty, not only will my attributes not decrease, but they will increase. Thinking of this, Lu Chen was shocked. Fuck, if he did not accept this mission, there would be something wrong with his brain. He had to accept it. Accept the mission. The mountain man stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. Have you really decided to kill the source? It is very powerful. Only by killing it can you prove that players have the ability to adapt to normal difficulty. Lu Chen was also speechless. He was a wild monster, but it meant that the player had increased the difficulty of the game. In the end, after the difficulty increased, he could also increase his strength like other wild monsters. The logic of the Jiutian system really couldn't be understood by ordinary people. Don't worry, I will definitely defeat Origin on behalf of all human players. Lu Chen said confidently, let's make the wild monsters stronger. That way, it will be more challenging for us to play. You are indeed heroic. The mountain man nodded heavily, his eyes filled with admiration. Very good, then I'll bring you to where Source is. If you can really kill it, remember to go to its nest and take a look. There are even more surprises. Lu Chen blinked and followed the mountain man into the depths of the forest. All of a sudden, many unfamiliar faces appeared in Niayuan village. It was obvious that they weren't newbies. Their equipment was extremely luxurious, and their levels couldn't be seen. Most importantly, they didn't have the confusion and caution of newbies in their eyes. Instead, their eyes were filled with greed and arrogance as if they were looking down on ants. So many newbies. Some of them looked quite arrogant. A man with a scar on his face casually commented on the newbies around him. His companion was a rather beautiful woman. She was dressed in black, but it was impossible to tell what equipment she had. Do you want to kill a few for fun? Let them know that level 2 isn't as simple as they think. Another fat man with a big belly snorted coldly. What's the point of killing them? They don't have money. It's a waste of time. Don't worry, the radiant moon werewolves outside are enough for them. By the way, do you want to go and see Taizhan and the others? Don't go. That guy has already said that whoever goes to see him will be killed when he regains his freedom. He's probably in a fit of anger right now. We still have to show some respect to those who rely on us. The skinny man spoke respectfully, but his tone and expression were full of mockery. Obviously, he was speaking in reverse, which made his two companions laugh. At the entrance of the village, a burly man stood in front of Taizhan. Taizhan, you were actually defeated by a nameless pawn. Were your 3 Dao paths fake? Taizhan's nostrils flared, and his face was full of anger. Jin Xiong, don't just stand there and talk. That guy is too wretched. Even if it's you, you have to use at least 60% to 70% of your strength. Are you kidding? 60% to 70% of my strength? I might have to use 60% to 70% of my strength for other million-level opponents, but this is just a newbie. I can kill him like killing a chicken. The newbies of Nia Yuan village were also depressed. They had come to level 2 full of confidence, but they had first encountered the radiant moon werewolves at the entrance of the village. Then, who knew that a newbie would immediately kill the sacred gate, which they thought was a super expert. It didn't matter if they killed the sacred gate's messenger or not. The key was that they were inexplicably implicated and couldn't even be recruited by the sacred gate. In the end, not long after that guy left, many experts appeared in the village. One look and one could tell that they had entered level 2 a long time ago, and they were mocking and ridiculing the newbies. Sigh, the difficulty of level 2 is really high. One of the newbies sighed helplessly. There's always someone better. It seems that we have to keep a low profile for a while longer. Of course, their misfortune was mainly because of Lu Chen. After all, according to the normal process, it was impossible for an ordinary newbie to see so many experts when they had just entered level 2. These experts that appeared in the village were the bounty hunters who earned bounties by assassinating bounty targets. After receiving the notice of a huge bounty, this group of people rushed to Nia Yuan village and had already started searching outside. The 5 people from Wood Mansion happened to be on their way back to replenish their supplies and saw many unfamiliar faces on the way. Xiao Tian frowned slightly. The bounty hunters are here. Everyone, be careful. Hide your IDs and hide behind the trees. Ba Men said disdainfully, Brother Tian, they don't dare to touch our Wood Mansion people. Xiao Tian shook his head. Ba Men was too stupid. Have you forgotten that treasure on Jiu? That's right. These bounty hunters are all fugitives. They don't care if our Wood Mansion belongs to them or not. Who would they ask if they want to kill us for our treasures? Juan nodded. That's true. Jiu's treasure hasn't completely fused. We should be careful. The 5 people from Wood Mansion all hid their IDs. Ba Men walked to Jiu's side and whispered, Sister Jiu, don't worry. With me here, I will definitely protect you. Jiu pouted. Brother Ba, Brother Tian already said so. Can you be stronger than him? Although Ba Men was the main damage dealer when fighting Heaven Domain bosses, it didn't mean that he was the strongest. The core of their team had always been Xiao Tian. He was in charge of tanking monsters and commanding. His awareness, control, and ability to see the big picture were all top-notch. If they were to compete, Xiao Tian was clearly the strongest. Of course, the so-called strongest didn't include Jiu. Due to the uniqueness of Wood Mansion, Jiu had always been the focus of Xiao Tian's protection. After the bounty hunters left, Xiao Tian and the rest came out from behind the trees. Those guys should be looking for that newbie. Xiao Tian frowned. With so many bounty hunters, that guy is in trouble. Chapter 320. Jiu was worried about Lu Chen, so she asked Xiao Tian, "Brother Tian, how strong are these people?" Xiao Tian frowned. "Did you see the badges on their chests? That's the bounty hunter rank badge issued by the Bounty Association. A few of them are at least 3-star bounty hunters." 3-star bounty hunters? What does that mean? Wan asked curiously. They've completed at least 3 million level bounty missions, Xiao Tian answered. You should know how strong they are. Players with million level bounties were at least stronger than the Hall Masters of the 12 Holy Halls. The requirement to become a 3-star bounty hunter was to complete 3 million level bounty missions. There was no lack of experts among the bounty hunters, and more bounty hunters were on their way. Jiu suddenly thought of that guy. That guy was in a dangerous situation. He gave off the feeling that he didn't care about anything, even if he had a million-level bounty on his head. I'm worried. Sigh, I hope they won't find you. This group of bounty hunters would usually purchase special tracking skills from the Bounty Association. They began a carpet search around Nieyuan village. In fact, these players who often completed bounty missions were familiar with each other, even though they weren't friends. Golden Bear is here too. I also saw Team Fulishu. I didn't expect the million-level bounty to attract these two groups of experts. They all have Heaven's Wrath, right? Of course. Those who have been doing million-level bounties for a long time are not weak. Without Heaven's Wrath, they wouldn't dare to accept such a mission. Everyone began to search for clues on the ground. Soon, they found the Radiant Moon Werewolf's lair, but there were no players inside. How could he be here? This is the werewolf's base. We won't be able to survive even if we enter. But the trail seems to be broken. Strange, the mount tracking didn't find his flying mount. Where is that guy? Don't worry. Haven't we always been good at hide-and-seek? As long as he's still in the novice village, he won't be able to escape. Lu Chen hadn't left Nieyuan village, but he wasn't in an ordinary place either. He was in Spirit Condensation Mountain. Up ahead is Origin's lair. The mountain man pointed to a huge cave in front of them. I don't dare to go in, so I can only take you here. Lu Chen nodded. Alright, I got it. I'll go in by myself. Not long after entering the cave, Lu Chen saw the legendary source. To be precise, the source was not a creature that Lu Chen knew of. It looked like a cloud of black mist, but its condensed appearance was somewhat similar to the wild monsters outside Nieyuan village, the Radiant Moon Werewolves. It doesn't have a fixed form. Is it just imitating the Radiant Moon Werewolves because there are so many of them around? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. After seeing Lu Chen, Yuan showed great malice and pounced over without any explanation. Lu Chen quickly activated his skills. War God Possession, Demon Transformation, Doppelganger, Earth-Splitting Chasm. The source's attacks were also very similar to the Radiant Moon Werewolves, but it had a very strong spiritual energy shield around it. Lu Chen had to use spiritual attack to break this spiritual energy shield that had as much as 3 million HP. Damn it, a 30 million spiritual energy shield is even stronger than my blood sacrifice shield. The blood sacrifice shield would become stronger as Lu Chen's subordinates leveled up. However, Lu Chen's blood sacrifice shield only had 1.5 million durability, which was far inferior to this guy's spiritual energy shield. Unfortunately, 30 million HP was still not enough in front of Lu Chen's doppelganger. A group of doppelganger went up to it and broke its spiritual energy shield in just a few seconds. When attacking the shield, Lu Chen was a little puzzled. This was Origin. It sounded very strong. It was the product of Spirit Condensation Mountain that had been nurtured for thousands of years. In the end, it was so weak. However, after breaking Origin's spiritual energy shield, it also lost its radiant moon werewolf appearance. At this time, the real origin began to change. Roar! I'm going to kill you. Origin growled, and its entire body turned into a cloud of mist. Lu Chen and his doppelganger's numerous attacks landed on this guy's body, and a series of immunity immediately appeared. Damn, immune to physical attacks. Immune to poison attacks. This guy's form seems to have changed. That's his true strength. Immune to physical attacks and poison attacks, he could only try spiritual attacks. Lu Chen added spiritual damage to his normal attacks. Absorb. What the hell is absorbing? Isn't its spiritual energy shield already broken? At this moment, the liquid-like body suddenly wrapped around one of Lu Chen's doppelganger. Then, Lu Chen shockingly discovered that he had lost control of this doppelganger. Hahaha, you think it's useful to attack me with spiritual attacks? Spiritual attacks will only make me stronger. The doppelganger that had lost control and completely turned black laughed wildly at Lu Chen. This scene was a little strange. 6 Lu Chen against 1 Lu Chen frowned. Immune to physical attacks, immune to poison attacks, and spiritual attacks would also be absorbed by this guy, making him stronger and stronger. In order to defeat this guy, he could only rely on heavenly might attacks. Currently, among all of Lu Chen's moves, only one was a heavenly might attack, and that was his strongest attack, Boundless Heaven and Earth. Fuck, if I didn't have another skill, I definitely wouldn't have been able to kill this guy. Lu Chen suddenly realized that he had underestimated his opponent. How could a boss that could change the difficulty of the entire galaxy server be defeated so easily? In order to use Boundless Heaven and Earth, the prerequisite was to accumulate enough rage points, and the most effective way was to get beaten up. Continuous attacks could quickly accumulate rage points, and after losing a life, the rage points could reach 100%. Alright, looks like I'll have to give up my first life. A minute later, Lu Chen respawned in a sea of fire. Radix's attack was very terrifying. If he allowed it to attack, Lu Chen would not last more than 10 seconds. However, Lu Chen had accumulated enough rage points. Seeing Radix charging at him again, Lu Chen swung his staff and shouted, "Boundless Heaven and Earth." With a loud bang, the entire cave shook violently. -12 million. Finally, he dealt damage, and it dealt over 10 million damage in one hit. Fortunately, Radix had high attack, immunity to physical attacks, immunity to elemental attacks, absorption of spiritual attacks, and many other crazy attributes. Its health points were not too terrifying, only 10 million health points. Lu Chen killed it with one hit. Killed Radix, level 60 spiritual lifeform origin, captured 8 million spiritual energy. Radix did not drop any evolution materials, which surprised Lu Chen. Ding, obtained item, Radix, level 60 lifeform puppet. Lu Chen frowned slightly. He killed an Radix and dropped another one. Chapter 321. The first boss he encountered in the second heaven had directly forced Lu Chen to use his trump card. Radix's drops were also very strange, directly dropping his own puppet. Damn, a puppet. Aren't these things only usable for crafting and not dropping? Lu Chen had killed countless monsters, and he had also obtained many materials for crafting puppets. For example, demon beast cores, or some remains. But this was the first time he had crafted a puppet. Lu Chen was about to check this puppet when the system forced a mission notification. Congratulations, you have completed the mission, Awareness of the Strong, normal difficulty, due to spiritual energy imbalance, Radix's cave is about to collapse. Please leave this place within 3 minutes. While speaking, Lu Chen could clearly feel the ground under his feet beginning to shake, and stones were constantly falling from above. The nest was really about to collapse. Damn, it's really going to collapse. Lu Chen suddenly remembered what the mountain man had told him before. If he killed Radix, he must search his nest, there might be a surprise. Damn, only 3 minutes, hurry. Lu Chen quickly used rapid movement and rushed into the depths of the cave. Xiao Min, Rhubarb, help me find where the surprise is. Lu Chen ran into the depths of the cave while summoning Xiao Min and Rhubarb. Okay, boss. Woof woof. Rhubarb barked and rushed to the other side. System translation, Master, follow me. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment. There was no path in front of Rhubarb. Wouldn't following Rhubarb be a waste of limited time? But Lu Chen thought about it again. Rhubarb was a loose immortal's dog after all, more or less tainted with immortal aura. Perhaps he should take a gamble and believe in Rhubarb. Xiao Min, possess my body. Lu Chen shouted and turned to chase after Rhubarb. Rhubarb rushed in front of a rock wall. There was no road nearby. Lu Chen was also very anxious. Rhubarb, there is nothing here. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Rhubarb, break the stone wall. Don't use too much strength, control it at 10,000, or else it will destroy the secret room. Lu Chen hurriedly adjusted the proportion of his strength and punched the stone wall. Boom, the wall began to collapse. After the stone wall collapsed, Lu Chen discovered that there was indeed a secret chamber inside. Good job, Rhubarb. Well done. Lu Chen exclaimed. Rhubarb, come back first. In order to ensure Rhubarb's safety, Lu Chen planned to put away Rhubarb first. Woof woof. Rhubarb, Master, hurry up and take the treasure chest, there are still 3 more. There are more. Lu Chen was shocked and hurriedly rushed into the secret chamber. After looking around, Lu Chen discovered that there was nothing in the secret chamber, only a golden treasure chest. However, all gamers had a bad habit. When they saw this kind of treasure chest, they would definitely open it. However, time was of the essence. Lu Chen picked up the treasure chest and ran. Rhubarb, hurry up, there are only 2 minutes left. Rhubarb's usual lazy demeanor changed. Like a bolt of yellow lightning, he passed through countless falling stones and rushed to another rock wall. Lu Chen punched again and rushed in to pick up the second treasure chest. Rhubarb, hurry up, there are still 2 more. Lu Chen had never been so nervous when fighting a boss in the past. There was still more than a minute left. It was extremely difficult to snatch the treasure chest and rush out. Since the treasure chest was not opened, the items inside could not be taken out. Unable to store them in his inventory, Lu Chen could only carry the 2 large chests and run. The third treasure chest was in his hands. There were still 15 seconds left. With a boom, the 4th treasure chest was in his hands. The cave had already begun to collapse. Rhubarb, hurry up and come back. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He put away Rhubarb and carried the 2 treasure chests on his shoulders as he ran toward the cave entrance. The cave could no longer hold up. The falling stones were getting bigger and bigger. Lu Chen ran madly toward the cave entrance. 7 stars chasing the moon. Hurry. Move quickly. Blink of night. In front of him, the cave entrance was almost sealed. Just as he was about to rush out, the entire cave collapsed. Lu Chen only felt that his whole body was falling. Fuck. I'm flying. Lu Chen had just spread his wings when a large number of falling stones came crashing down, drowning him in an instant. He could not even rush out, let alone spread his wings. That would be too big of a target. Falling, for a few minutes. Lu Chen, along with countless boulders, fell into a bottomless abyss together with the entire cave. Fuck, it's over. So many bosses did not kill me, but I actually died because of a treasure chest. This thought flashed through Lu Chen's mind as he gradually lost consciousness. In a daze, Lu Chen received the last message from the system. To be precise, it was a system announcement. Congratulations to player Solipsistic for increasing the game's difficulty on behalf of the majority of players. The game's difficulty in all areas of the second heaven has been increased from easy to normal. All wild monsters' attributes increased by 100%. All human players' attributes and resistances decreased by 15%. At the same time, wild monsters' income will be increased. Items and skills of dark gold and above will be unlocked. Player Solipsistic has received the title, The Awareness of the Strong. All types of attacks increased by 15%. Health increased by 15%. Lu Chen felt that his health had increased by a large margin, from over 1 million to over 2 million. But what was the point? If he fell like this, whether he could still get back up was another matter. The 5 people from Woodwood Mansion were preparing to find a new leveling spot when they suddenly received a system announcement. The 5 of them were dumbfounded. Brother Tian, what's going on? 7 feet of Woodwood Mansion had a black face full of question marks. What the system means is, all the games we played before were of easy difficulty. Xiao Tian also frowned. This, I heard from the elders in my family that Jiutian has several difficulties. It's just that no one knows how to increase the game's difficulty anymore. Who is Lone Tyrant? Wanner's face was full of confusion, then a pitiful look appeared on her face. The game is already difficult enough. Why increase the game's difficulty? Why does he represent all of us players? 8 Gates facepalmed. Ah, this is really killing me. All the monsters' stats have been doubled. In the past, we could only fight 10 special werewolves at most. Now, our leveling efficiency might be halved. Xiao Tian shook his head. It's not just halved. 5 Radiant Moon werewolves with doubled stats are much harder to deal with than the previous 10 without any stats. In the future, it's best to pull 3 or 4 at a time when leveling up. Otherwise, Wanner won't be able to heal you. Jiu furrowed her brows. This Lone Tyrant actually managed to obtain a title. It's very hard to get a title in Jiutian. I'm so envious. Speaking of which, he should be a player in a high-level map. On the other hand, after several groups of players had witnessed the power of the high-level 7 stars chasing the moon, they had become passionate about farming it. And the place with the most radiant moon werewolves was obviously the werewolf headquarters. In the past, many people did not dare to come here. But now, with so many people here, everyone had their own area, and they could fight. However, after receiving the system announcement, the Radiant Moon werewolves were suddenly no longer in their original state. Their attack power had greatly increased, and their HP had increased explosively. Even their attack speed and movement speed had greatly increased. The group of people looked at the large number of Radiant Moon werewolves around them in despair, their eyes filled with shock. It's over, we're going to be wiped out. Chapter 322. And this was only Niayuan village. At this moment, the novice villages in various regions had suddenly changed. In the past, these powerful newbies had happily farmed the Radiant Moon werewolf. Although they had to replenish their supplies, it wasn't considered dangerous. After all, everyone had some skills. But now, it was different. The Radiant Moon werewolf's attack directly exceeded 200,000. Moreover, the werewolf's critical hit rate seemed to have increased. At the same time, its defense had doubled, and its HP had reached 8 million. Compared to the Heaven Domain boss, the Radiant Moon werewolf wasn't weak. The key was that the player's attributes had decreased by 15%. One had to know that even for Lu Chen, it wasn't that easy to fight a Heavenly Domain boss. Many teams had farmed the Heaven Domain boss many times before finally clearing it once. Many newbies hadn't had the time to level up or get new equipment. In the end, their attributes suddenly decreased, and they had to face the Radiant Moon werewolf that wasn't much weaker than the Heaven Domain boss. The result was naturally tragic. If they weren't careful, they would be wiped out. Especially during this period of time when the game's difficulty had just been raised, the various novice villages were littered with corpses. There were frequent revivals at the resurrection points, and the supply consumption of various teams had greatly increased. Fuck, I can't play anymore, where's Solipsistic? Who is he? Why is he representing us to raise the game's difficulty? Fuck, I was so happy today. Why did the game's difficulty suddenly increase? I've died a few times. It was the same in the novice villages and high-level maps. The monsters in high-level maps were stronger than those in the novice villages. Those powerful players had tried their best to challenge the boss that they could defeat within their own capabilities. But suddenly, it became so simple that this group of people was dumbfounded. A team from the Holy Gate Guild was trying to clear a high-level dungeon. This was already their nth attempt. After learning from their previous failures, they were able to clear the dungeon successfully this time. However, all of a sudden, the boss seemed to have changed into another person. With just a slap, the main tank was killed. In a level 60 map, the Star Cloud Guild, the Mysterious Force Guild, and many other top teams were working together to farm a base camp of monsters. This wasn't a place that a single guild could handle. But everyone had agreed on a rule. Each team was responsible for clearing an area. This way, everyone's pressure was reduced by a lot. However, a sudden change struck. These wild monsters suddenly became stronger, and the players' stats were reduced. The situation on the battlefield instantly reversed. Fuck, what the hell is this? Why did the difficulty increase? My attributes dropped. What's the point of fighting? Motherfucker, who is Solipsistic? How could he represent all the players in raising the difficulty of the game? The players were quickly surrounded by the monsters. Although no one could differentiate between you and me, and they were all doing their best to resist the attacks of the monster army, thousands of people died in the blink of an eye. Team annihilation, team annihilation, team annihilation. In the entire second heaven, who knew how many places were experiencing the same thing? The entire second heaven fell into a state of wailing and cursing. Who the hell is this Solipsistic guy? Come out. I'll kill you. What the hell? Jiutian is already difficult enough, and you think it's not difficult enough? Who the hell is this guy? I want to ask him face to face whether he is a masochist or not. It's over. I can't beat the monsters now. I'm going back to the low-level maps. Outrageous. It's outrageous. Tianqing, come out. How could you raise the difficulty of the game so casually? Did you ask for our permission? In a short period of time, wanted posters for Solipsistic started to spread all over the place. Who knew how many guilds were looking for this pervert? Some even offered rewards for individuals, small groups, and guilds. The prices were all different, and the highest was 100,000 gold coins. In the second heaven, a saying started to spread. If you see Solipsistic, you'll kill him. Unfortunately, Lu Chen had no idea what was happening outside. He also did not know that he had become famous. All the players in the server wanted to kill him. This was not the Earth server. This was the Galaxy server. All the experts in the Milky Way were looking for him. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Lu Chen felt as if he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, he looked around blankly. Fuck, I've finally reached the bottom. How long have I been falling? Lu Chen checked the system's battle log. After falling, he received 2,100,000 damage from the fall. Fuck, Xiao Min, did you save me? Boss, I didn't. Your health points increased to 2,500,000, so you didn't die from the fall. Lu Chen frowned. Only then did he remember that after the difficulty of the game increased, his attributes seemed to have doubled. Oh right, I also got a title, and my health points increased by 15%. Suddenly, Lu Chen seemed to have thought of something extremely important. He sat up abruptly. Treasure chest, where are my treasure chests? These were the treasure chests that he had exchanged his life for. Speaking of which, if he did not have so much health points and did not die from the fall, he would not have been able to respawn in here. He would have had to endure the weakened state that reduced all his attributes by 80% for an hour and respawn at the entrance of the cave. Then, these 4 treasure chests would have been left underground forever. This attribute increase was too timely. No matter what, as long as he did not die, he could still open the treasure chests. Boss, when you fell, your consciousness was not very clear. However, you still held on to the treasure chests tightly. They're right beside you, Xiao Min said. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Very good, not letting go even in death. This was indeed his style. Xiao Min, it's a little dark here. Come out and light up the place. Xiao Min was usually a luminous body, so she could be used as a light bulb at this time. Soon, Lu Chen found the 4 treasure chests that he had been longing for. He arranged the treasure chests neatly in a row. Fuck, I exchanged my life for these treasure chests. Let's see what's inside. The first treasure chest. Current difficulty, normal difficulty. Reward increased. Obtained Immortal Elixir Spirit Elixir x10. Increase spiritual energy by 1000 points. Obtained Immortal Elixir Body Forging Elixir x10. You can choose to increase any of the 3 dimensions of your body by 2000 points. Obtained Immortal Elixir Spirit Elixir x10. You can choose to increase any elemental attack by 10,000 points. Obtained Immortal Elixir Spirit Elixir x10. Increase rage points by 100%. There were a total of 4 types of elixirs, and there were 10 of each type. Every single one of them shocked Lu Chen. Fuck, these are all good stuff. Fuck, I'm really rich this time. This is too good, too good. There's more at the back. Let's look at the second treasure chest. Current difficulty, normal difficulty. Reward increased. Obtained high-grade mystic level technique, psychic, spiritual puppet master skill. Can be learned by all professions. Obtained high-grade mystic level technique, flash shot, martial path archer skill. Can be learned by all professions. Obtained high-grade mystic level technique, clone, can be learned by all professions. Obtained high-grade earth level technique, 3000 instant slash, melee profession skill. Can be learned by all professions. Lu Chen was so shocked that he could only blink his eyes. The second chest was full of techniques. Among the 4 techniques, the lowest was a high-grade mystic level technique. It was only 1 grade lower than the triple door. Moreover, there was a clone. Then, the question was, could his demon clone be able to clone again? In addition, there was actually a high-grade earth level technique. This was a technique of a higher level than the triple door. Fuck, it's really a surprise, too surprising. There are 2 more, ha 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 ha. I love opening chests. Chapter 323. The third treasure chest also started off with a notification that the game difficulty had increased, and the reward had increased as well. Obtained item, Wild Blood Sword God, unique. Obtained item, White Jade Handsome Prince, unique. Obtained couple's outfit, Silky Beauty, one and only. Obtained item, Master of the Night, unique, rare. 4 pieces of clothing, all of them were unique, and one of them was even a couple set. It was said that high-level clothing could increase many special effects and attributes. For example, the mass-produced white clothing from the Sacred Gate was envied by many. In the end, Lu Chen got 4 of them in one go. Sure. Although I would prefer some equipment, but I can always get equipment in the future. In comparison, clothing seems to be harder to get. There was only one treasure chest left. Lu Chen was looking forward to it and was reluctant to open it. However, he still opened it in the end. Obtained item, Universal Annihilation, Legendary Quality. Looking at the first item, Lu Chen couldn't help but scream. Damn! Treasure! And it's a legendary one. Damn, this is awesome. The first item was a top-grade item. Lu Chen hurriedly suppressed his excitement and continued to loot the chest. Obtained skill, Combat Flight, can be learned by all jobs, huh? What is this? It seems to be a skill similar to a life skill. Judging from the name, it should be able to fly in battle. Obtained item, Star-Colored Rose. Give it to a female player to increase their favorability. The effect varies from person to person. Lu Chen almost vomited blood. The fourth treasure chest was like a hodgepodge. There was everything. There was even an item to increase favorability. Speaking of which, what was the use of favorability? Obtain special effect, ID gold plating. Damn, this. As expected, the fourth treasure chest, other than that treasure chest, is just a joke. Although Lu Chen was complaining, he liked the fourth treasure chest as much as the other three. In fact, he liked it even more than the fashion chest. Just based on that legendary treasure alone, the aura of the entire treasure chest was clearly different. With nothing to do, Lu Chen ate all the immortal pills that he needed to eat and learned all the cultivation techniques that he needed to learn. Spirit channeling allowed the puppets under the puppeteer's control to be able to fight on their own. Compared to battle pets, puppets had their own strengths. The difference was that one controlled living things, while the other controlled dead things. Living things had their advantages and were more agile, while dead things also had their advantages. After all, it was a modified body. The purpose of spirit control was to release one of the spirit controller's puppets and let it fight on its own. Lu Chen didn't choose any profession, but if he had to choose, he wouldn't choose the puppeteer. This kind of method of controlling puppets was too troublesome. But now that he had the puppet source and this spirit communication skill, it was a perfect match. Maybe this skill is a guaranteed drop. It's perfect for the source. Flash shot was an archer skill. Lu Chen didn't have any long-range weapons, so he put it aside for now. The following ones were even more impressive. Through experiments, Lu Chen had already confirmed that one of his doppelgangers could continue to create doppelgangers. The doppelganger skill could create 3 doppelgangers, and Lu Chen had 5 demon doppelgangers that could use active skills. Then, with each doppelganger, he could have 15 doppelgangers. If he used the Demon King's will, he could create 10 demon doppelgangers at most. That way, he could create 30 more doppelgangers. Including the original 12 doppelgangers, I can have 42 doppelgangers at most. That's a lot. Lu Chen suddenly felt that he wasn't far from the shadow doppelganger skill. It was just that this doppelganger wasn't as strong as the demon doppelganger. It would only inherit passive skills. The advantage was that it could last for a long time. It could last for 20 minutes and had a short cooldown time of 6 minutes. The last skill was also the highlight. Lu Chen's only mid-level earth rank technique, the 3000 instant slash. This technique could only be described as abnormal. 3000 instant slash, level 1 leave behind an illusion to confuse the opponent while the real body enters stealth mode. Within 0.5 seconds, attack 1 or more enemy targets, selectable, 11 times in a row. Each attack is treated as a normal attack and inherits all passive and additional damage effects. When using the instant slash, the user is invincible and cannot be tracked. All debuffs will be removed. When the instant slash ends or the opponent dies, the user's real body will appear at the selected location and the illusion will disappear. When attacking, this technique ignores all defense, evasion, force damage transfer, damage immunity, and other effects of techniques that are of lower quality than the user's. Note, this technique can only be activated by the player. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown time, 3 hours. Technique level, 0/3000, number of uses, this. Lu Chen was stunned. To be honest, he had never seen a player who could withstand 11 of his normal attacks. His normal attacks, even if only the damage was calculated, had combo and poison effects. If he activated the 1 million poison effect, the 11 normal attacks would definitely deal more than 10 million damage. Although it was a close combat technique, having a range of 30 meters was simply unreasonable. An illusion to deceive the opponent while the real body attacked in stealth mode. It was simply impossible to guard against. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about this technique was that it ignored all defense effects of techniques that were of lower quality than the user's. What was this guy's quality? Mid-level Earth rank. Currently, the highest quality techniques that Lu Chen knew were the Triple Gate, Defensive Buddhist Lotus, and Triple Gate. These were all low-level Earth rank techniques that were dropped by First Heaven stage bosses. In other words, the Triple Gate and Defensive Buddhist Lotus were nothing in front of this technique. The 3000 Instant Slash was a pure attack-type technique. It was not as flashy as the Triple Gate, nor did it have as many variations as the Triple Gate. Simply put, it could be described in one word. Fuck. If there was a flaw, it would be that this technique couldn't be used by the clone. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. It would be great if the clone could use it. Together with myself, 11 3000 instant slashes would definitely make the Japanese scream. Well, it's understandable that the clone couldn't use such a strong technique. The last thing that Lu Chen looked at was the shining legendary treasure, Heaven and Earth Annihilation. It was just that this treasure seemed a little strange. Heaven and Earth Annihilation, legendary dazzling gold, strength, 5000, agility, 5000, physique, 5000, spiritual power, 1200, special effect, unlocked. Unlocking condition, kill a unit of the same level within 1 second, 0/50. This was the first time that Lu Chen had seen an unlocking condition that required him to kill an enemy instantly. Moreover, the first special effect required him to kill 50 units instantly. Lu Chen was currently at 7. He didn't know how much HP the monsters at 7 had and whether he could kill them instantly. If he really couldn't, he could only kill the players. After all, 7 players only had 1 or 2 million HP. 1 3000 instant slash could kill a few of them instantly. The people in the mountains didn't lie to him. There were a bunch of good treasures in Radix's room. Rhubarb, oh Rhubarb, if it wasn't for you, I would have missed out on so many treasures. This time, you're definitely the best. When we return, I'll give you an extra drumstick. Lu Chen said with a smile. As he smiled, Lu Chen suddenly felt sad again. Speaking of which, he was quite excited to have obtained so many treasures, but, how was he going to get out? Chapter 324. With all his treasures, he ended up trapped underground. Lu Chen suddenly felt like he had won the lottery before the end of the world and met the bride's menstrual period on his wedding night. Holy shit! Lu Chen was quite depressed. He could only use the light emitted by Xiao Min to explore around. There seemed to be a passage underground, but it was blocked by the stones that fell from above. Where was this place before? Why is there such a place under the source's nest? Lu Chen was a little surprised. I don't know if this road can lead to the top. Whatever, let's go and see. After walking for a long time, the road ahead was blocked. Lu Chen hurried over. What blocked the way was actually a huge stone. The stone couldn't be seen at all. God knows how big it was. Lu Chen hurriedly touched the stone to see if there was any loose or broken way out. Low-level spiritual energy testing stone. Low-level spiritual energy testing stone is a special stone widely used for spiritual energy testing. It can test the target's spiritual energy attribute. Different grades of low-level spiritual energy testing stone have different functions and different upper limits of spiritual energy. When the upper limit is exceeded, the low-level spiritual energy testing stone will also break. Low-level spiritual energy testing stone's upper limit of spiritual energy is between 5000 and 7000, and it can only test the target's spiritual energy strength after excluding all equipment, titles, and abilities. Low-level spiritual energy testing stone is the primary ore of this special stone material. There are more impurities. In the absence of purification, the test value of the stone will be far lower than the correct value, which makes it harder to destroy than after purification. Lu Chen frowned. Lu Chen had seen similar stones before in the Fiend City Ruins dungeon. However, that dungeon tested strength, agility, and physique. There had never been one that tested spiritual energy. So it can be destroyed. That's good. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The upper limit is 7000. Even if I don't count equipment, abilities, and spiritual energy is 11,500. It should be stable. Just as Lu Chen was trying to figure out the stone, the system prompted again. An abnormal map crack has been found in your area. We will fill the crack in 7 days. Please return from the illegal area as soon as possible according to our route. Fuck. Lu Chen was stunned. On his personal map, the route given by the system was precisely through this huge ore. It seemed like he had entered an area that he was not supposed to enter, an illegal area. The system told him to leave early and gave him an escape route, but the system did not know that this route had been sealed. Damn it! If I don't leave in time, I wonder if I'll be sealed underground forever. Thinking up to this point, Lu Chen could not help but panic. Calm down, calm down. Lu Chen took a few deep breaths. Lu Chen checked his spiritual energy, 13,700. He had just taken 10 immortal elixir pills, which increased his spiritual power by 10,000 points. In addition, he had 2,500 points of spiritual power. Among them, his spiritual power increased by 2,100 points, so his total spiritual power should be 11,600 points. I don't believe that I can't break this spirit testing stone with my almost 12,000 spiritual energy. Lu Chen snorted coldly. He gathered his spiritual energy into his fist and punched out. According to the spirit testing stone's characteristics, your spiritual power is 6,728 points. Lu Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The ore didn't even give him a 40% discount on his spiritual power. Most importantly, the ore did not move at all. There was not even a trace of where it was concentrated. Lu Chen shook his head. Fuck, am I that unlucky? The upper limit of this piece is 7,000 points. Fuck, I was so close to breaking the spirit testing stone. Since the normal method did not work, Lu Chen decided to try cheating. This time, he used Tiger's Roar and punched again. According to the spirit testing stone's characteristics, your spiritual power is 6,755 points. The result was similar to before. It seemed that the spirit testing stone had completely ignored Lu Chen's other attacks, equipment, techniques. It was only testing Lu Chen's own spiritual power. Fuck, I'm really done for this time. Lu Chen's face was dejected. Speaking of which, he had just obtained so many good treasures. Lu Chen was really unwilling to be sealed underground forever. If that was the case, he would basically have to say goodbye to this game. No, let's see if I can use my doppelgangers to help me. Summoning his doppelgangers, Lu Chen had all of them punch at the same time. According to the spirit testing stone's characteristics, your spiritual power is 6,824 points. No way, my doppelgangers have no effect at all. But it's over 6,800 points, so why hasn't it broken yet? Lu Chen tried almost all the methods he could think of, but the spirit testing stone's answer was always between 6,700 and 6,800 points. He still could not break the spirit testing stone. Lu Chen was really out of ideas. He sat on the ground and rested. Don't worry, I need to calm down. Lu Chen took a few deep breaths and began to organize his thoughts. First, he was now only a little bit away from the upper limit of 7,000 points. Second, this spirit testing stone might not be the upper limit of 7,000 points. It could be 6,900 or even 6,825 points, so he was only 176 points away from breaking the ore. Third, the spirit testing stone's results were also fluctuating. His current best result was 6,824 points. If that's the case, then I don't have to worry about not being able to get out. Lu Chen frowned. He still had a trump card, and that was the magic artifact, Mukin Bead. The Mukin Bead had a special effect. After consuming it, it would permanently increase his spiritual power by 300 points. Even with a 40% discount, it would still be 180 points. He could already guarantee that he would be able to get out. However, unless it was a last resort, Lu Chen did not want to use the Mukin Bead for a mere 300 points of spiritual power. This magic artifact was constantly providing him with pure spiritual power. Now, he could get 73 points every minute. In addition, he would get 36 points of spiritual power every time he killed monsters. There was also a special effect that could temporarily increase his spiritual power by 1,000 points. No matter how he looked at it, the value of the Mukin Bead far exceeded 300 points of spiritual power. I won't eat the Mukin Bead until the very end. Right now, no one knows how far I am from getting out. I might as well cultivate. Lu Chen made his final decision. Right, my level 1 spirit Dan is about to level up. I'll take a look at it after I level up. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's irritable mood calmed down. He immediately sat down cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. 1 minute later, Lu Chen checked his notification system. What he did not expect was that in this 1 minute, he had obtained 100,000 points of spiritual power. What? Lu Chen could not believe it himself, 100,000 points. This. Lu Chen frowned, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly understood. What was this mountain called? Spirit Condensation Mountain Range. How did the source appear? The Spirit Condensation Mountain Range gathered thousands of years of spiritual power and nurtured it. Why did the spirit testing ore appear here? It was probably related to the Spirit Condensation Mountain Range gathering spiritual power. So, I'm afraid that this place is a natural giant spirit condensation array. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide. The Spirit Condensation Mountain Range contained spiritual power that was many times stronger than the Spirit Condensation Array in Cenobus. Damn, no wonder they wanted to chase me away. Lu Chen suddenly became excited. This time, not only was he going to increase his spiritual power, even those little guys were going to be blessed. Little ones, come out and absorb all the pure spiritual chi in this place. Chapter 325. 4 gods, 4 ferocious beasts, and 8 ultimate beasts. A total of 16 divine beast cubs ran out happily. Awu, rhubarb, come out too. Lu Chen wished he could move the entire army over, but unfortunately, the 3 fools were still leveling up in the first level heaven. It didn't matter. Lu Chen's focus now was on training these little guys. Work, don't run around. Train obediently. Whoever doesn't listen can go back. Lu Chen suddenly found that he had become the kindergarten director and was managing a group of naughty little guys. This place was full of spiritual energy, but Lu Chen only had 7 days, so he planned to make good use of this pure spiritual energy. 100,000 spiritual energy in just 1 minute. Where else in the world could find such a good place? Train without caring about anything. In these 2 days, the situation in the second level heaven was very different from before. With the game's difficulty more than doubled, the novice village suddenly became the most popular leveling place. No way, so many people are coming to the novice village. How can we survive? What are you afraid of? They don't play fast. Yeah, I saw a 40-man team with an average level of 55 today. They didn't dare to pull more than 3 werewolves. That scene was similar to ours. The game's difficulty has increased, and the old players have returned to the novice village. Is this the moral decay of human beings or the regression of society? Damn it, hasn't anyone found Solipsistic yet? I want to kill him now. There were many people who wanted to kill Solipsistic. After learning that Solipsistic was in Niayuan village, many people came from afar to bring him to justice. However, no one had seen Solipsistic. In addition, the one who had offered a reward of 1 million in Niayuan village was also missing. Many people wondered if that guy was Solipsistic. Of course, unless the person involved came out in person, it was difficult to conclude this matter. Right now, the ones who were suffering the most were the 14 heroes of the Holy Gate and Tai Zhan's group of 5. Originally, there were more and more people in Niayuan village, and they would always pass by the village entrance. Gui Chen was a bit better off. After kneeling for a day, he got up. Tai Zhan, on the other hand, was unlucky. He had to kneel for another 3 or 4 days. The Saint Gate had no choice but to find a large group of people to surround the village entrance, surrounding Tai Zhan and the others in the middle of their own people. At the very least, they would be able to save some face. There was a small tavern in Niayuan village. This was a place for players to rest and chat. However, the cost was relatively high. A cup of local Newer Hong cost 5 gold coins. At this time, Jin Xiong, Fu, Lushou, and several other bounty hunters were resting here. Hey, Golden Bear, did you find that guy? Find my ass. Why would I still be here drinking with you guys? Golden Bear slammed the table, his face full of anger. What about you guys? Do you have any news? It's the same. My tracking technique can't catch up to him either. It's as if he evaporated from Zhoutian. It's really strange. This group of people should be in a competitive relationship. At this time, they had exposed each other. Most likely, they really couldn't find him. Golden Bear shook his head. The highest bounty I've ever received was 5 million. Even that wasn't as troublesome as this. That's right. At most, the other missions were a problem of whether the target was difficult or not. This guy, we can't find him at all. I don't care. After another 3 or 4 days, if there's still no news, I'll give up on this mission. Golden Bear sighed. Actually, compared to that fellow, I want to kill Lone Tyrant more. Right now, the monsters outside are extremely fierce. I used to grind in a level 60 map, but now, I don't even know where to grind. That's right. That's normal. There are many people who don't know where to train. Didn't you see so many people returning to the beginner village? In fact, the levels of the monsters in the beginner village weren't low. They were between level 53 and 57. The monsters outside level 60 maps were all level 60 plus. The Zhoutian now has changed. It can't be compared to the past. The few of them also drank to drown their sorrows. In the meeting hall of the Holy Gate, a man wearing a mask sat on the president's seat. His face couldn't be seen, but even so, one could feel his majestic aura. The Holy Gate sect leader, Holy Gate Ling Tian. What's the matter? No one has come to submit the 1 million bounty. Ling Tian's tone was slightly dissatisfied. There were only 6 people under him. 4 of them were from the Holy Gate, and their positions were 1 level higher than the Hall Master. There were 2 people standing next to Ling Tian, a man and a woman. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was wearing a veil. Only her graceful figure could be seen. To be so close to the sect leader, their identities were naturally extraordinary. They were the two sages, who were known as the two sages. The sword saint, Holy Gate's sword leaves no trace, was a handsome young man. He looked slightly unhappy and said, the sect leader asked, "Why didn't you answer?" One of the four saints replied, "Sect leader, left sage, 21 bounty hunters have accepted the mission. They are all in Yuan village now, but they haven't found that person." Ling Tian said indifferently, "Bounty hunters can't find their prey? This is the first time I've heard of this. Why don't they change their trashy tracking skills to a better one? What kind of kittens and puppies have accepted the mission?" Sect leader, basically, they are all 3-star bounty hunters. 3-star? 3-star bounty hunters can't find him. Left Sage Sword said, "Sect leader, that guy knows that we have a bounty on him. He must have used some special means to hide. Although we are all from the first heaven, there are some differences in the first heaven of each world. Maybe there is a cultivation method that can counter the tracking skill." Ling Tian thought for a moment. It seemed that this was the only answer. Otherwise, even if he left Yuan village, it was impossible for so many high-level bounty hunters to not find him. Ling Tian sighed, "Now the difficulty of Jiutian has increased sharply, and the matter of my disciples leveling up is enough for me. I hope you can solve this matter quickly." Ling Tian stood up, but suddenly stopped as if he had thought of something. He turned to Traceless Sword and said, "Remember, if you find him, beat him to death. Heal him as you beat him, so he can't die even if he wants to. Torture him for at least a month." Ling Tian was very calm when he said this. It was hard to imagine what kind of mentality he had to say such a cruel punishment. At this time, Right Sage, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Sect leader, wait a moment. I have one more thing to report. We have sent out a total of 3 invitations. 2 of them have been answered. The 2 newcomers are very strong. I am considering whether to increase the position of the Saint Hall. We must keep such talents." Ling Tian said indifferently, "You decide. Why are there only 2? Where is the other one? There is one more person who hasn't responded. The system automatically sent him to the first heaven of each world according to our request, so we can't find him. Don't worry. As long as he reaches the second heaven and knows about the Holy Gate, he will naturally come to join us. We just need to wait." Chapter 326. On Earth, it was the 7th day of double experience for the entire server. At the same time, it was also the 6th day since Mad Demon left the first layer of heaven and went to the second layer of heaven. After a week of crazy leveling, the overall strength of the Earth server continued to increase, and there were more and more max level players. At the same time, Jiutian businesses were becoming more and more popular, especially one of the businesses, gangsters. As more and more people reached the max level, they began to bring new players to level up. Of course, the price of apprenticeship now was completely different from before. Now, a few thousand was enough to find a good master, and some could even find one for 1,000. In addition, there were people selling divine martial sets on the market. Most of these people were not from professional teams, so they had a lot of freedom to decide on their equipment. Teams like them could spend some money to find some experts to carry them to a few bosses, and if they dropped divine martial sets, they could sell them at a 5-digit price and still make a profit. This way, it began to speed up the gathering of top-tier equipment to professional teams. In just a week, the strength of the current Earth players was much stronger than before, especially some of the top teams. In the forums, more and more people were looking forward to the arrival of the second layer of heaven. "My divine martial set is complete, 3 strong 3 pieces, 1 strong 2 piece, I really want to go to the second layer of heaven soon. Once we reach the second layer of heaven, leveling will be much faster." Didn't Mad Demon reply to someone's post last time? He said that every layer of heaven is a layer of heaven, and he wanted us to focus on leveling up. I think he was a bit arrogant. Although our equipment can't be compared to his, it's only been a week. In a month, there will definitely be a large group of people with strong 5 divine martial sets. It'll be a clean sweep. If it was Nameless who said it, I'd believe it. Mad Demon wouldn't be so kind. I think he just doesn't want us to reach the second layer of heaven early. The officials should open the second layer of heaven early. It's cool to double experience in a month, but many people are already at the max level. The double experience will only benefit the new players. Lu Chen was reading these posts and could only helplessly shake his head. Aren't these players a little too optimistic? A clean sweep? They couldn't even kill a heavenly domain boss, who could they sweep? Under the easy difficulty, it was hard to say if these people could even kill a single monster, not to mention that the second layer of heaven's difficulty had increased. However, he couldn't say it now. After all, he was the main culprit that caused the second layer of heaven's difficulty to increase. Sigh, forget it. I won't spoil it. Let them discover and explore on their own. Lu Chen could imagine that many other servers were in a similar situation. Normal players were generally too optimistic. They did not realize what kind of situation they would face in the future. After logging out from the official website, Lu Chen looked at the time. He had been cultivating in the Spirit Condensation Mountain range for 6 days and 7 nights. It was about time to leave. After so many days, he had collected a total of 1 billion points of pure spiritual energy. It was worth mentioning that Lu Chen's 11,000 points of spirit force had been increased by immortal pills. The benefit of immortal pills was that they could increase the level of spirit force and spirit pills, but it didn't affect the level of spirit pills. In fact, Lu Chen only had 1560 points of spirit dawn, and it would only take him more than 150,000 points to increase his spirit dawn by 1 level. After reaching 2,000 points, his spirit dawn would need 200,000 points to increase his spirit dawn by 1 level. After 5,000 points, his spirit dawn would need 500,000 points to increase his spirit dawn by 1 level. In short, under these complicated calculations, Lu Chen's spiritual energy increased by more than 17,000 points after the allocation of 1 billion points of pure spiritual energy. The pure spiritual energy of his godly pets had already met the conditions for evolution. Now, the overflowing spiritual energy could only be accumulated there and could not be used. Now, as long as there were special spirit essences, Lu Chen could evolve this group of small families several times. Okay, I'm very satisfied with the results. Although I don't want to leave, if we don't leave now, we will be buried alive. Lu Chen stood up and stretched out his hand to the little guys. Come back. It was worth mentioning that the little guys had obtained a lot of pure spiritual energy from their cultivation. Even Xiao Min's spiritual energy had increased by a few thousand points. Only Rhubarb did not seem to have any changes. This guy was especially excited when he was looking for treasure chests. It was like a different dog. When it was cultivating, it had no interest at all and was even lazing around. However, as for Rhubarb, Lu Chen did not expect it to fight. If it wanted to laze around, then so be it. After putting away his various pets, Xiao Min returned to his body and Lu Chen walked in front of the spirit testing Oregon. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen threw a punch. This time, the system didn't have time to give a prompt. Lu Chen found that the place where his fist was imprinted, cracks were spreading in all directions. It's going to break. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Fuck, this time it's going to cause a landslide. Rumble, the boulder could not hold on any longer. The entire boulder exploded in an instant. Fuck, it seems that even if the ore is broken, whether or not we can get out is another matter. Lu Chen hurriedly concentrated. Blood sacrifice shield. 7 stars chasing the moon. Charge. In the midst of the rubble, a figure flashed wildly in the darkness. Fuck, I'm really running away. Why didn't you give me the reverse moon chasing state? Lu Chen ridiculed. It seemed that skill was only useful in a fight. Lu Chen did not care too much. He ran wildly. Who knew how many rubble hit Lu Chen's body? If not for the blood sacrifice shield, he would have been injured again. There seems to be some light up ahead. In the midst of the chaos, Lu Chen saw a glimmer of hope. Charge! A large rock flew towards Lu Chen's face. You said you wouldn't hit my face. Lu Chen grabbed the rock. He did not have time to deal with it and continued to run for his life. The collapse of the boulder was not a big deal. The collapse of the dome above was a big deal. Lu Chen desperately rushed in the direction of the light. In the nick of time, seeing a black boulder coming down from above without any blind spots, Lu Chen used all his strength and threw himself forward. He finally dodged the boulder and entered the passage ahead. When Lu Chen got up and looked, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. The road behind him had been completely sealed. If he had been half a beat slower, he would have been buried alive. Let's go quickly. It's not safe here. Lu Chen quickened his pace and ran towards the faint light in the distance. In the darkness, he did not know how far he had run. The light in front became clearer and clearer. The sound of wind whistling could be heard at the entrance of the cave. The exit was there. Not long after, Lu Chen walked out of the exit. The cave behind him suddenly collapsed in just a few seconds. Fuck, that was close. Lu Chen took a deep breath. This cave had been completely sealed. It seemed that if he wanted to go underground in the future, he would not be able to go in from here. With a long sigh of relief, Lu Chen took a deep breath of fresh air. Wow, I suddenly feel that it's good to be alive. Sighing with emotion at the miracle of life, Lu Chen opened the map template and found that he had returned to the map of Niayuan village. Forget it, I'll go to Longzhanya later. First, I'll go to the novice village to buy a puppet string. At the same time, in the tavern of Niayuan village, a group of idle bounty hunters suddenly had a different expression. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that everyone knew why everyone else had the same expression. Jin Xiong, is your tracker? The thin man in the Fulashu group asked tentatively. Jin Xiong looked around and immediately understood that everyone should be the same. There was nothing to hide. Yes, the target has appeared. Chapter 327. Lu Chen did not forget to look for the mountain man to hand in his mission. Soon, he found the mountain man at the same place. When the mountain man saw Lu Chen, his face was filled with excitement. You survived. Nonsense, otherwise you would have seen a ghost in broad daylight, Lu Chen said impatiently. Looks like you knew that place was dangerous. Did you know that the place would collapse? You purposely made me search for the source's treasure so that I would fall to my death, right? The mountain man changed from his previous timid appearance and smiled calmly. That's right. What's your purpose in doing this? The mountain man said faintly. You call this game difficulty, but in my opinion, this is God's luck. There is a price to pay for changing God's luck. Sometimes, it's the price of one's life. It's just that I didn't expect you to be so tenacious that you could survive under such circumstances. The mountain man looked at Lu Chen meaningfully. It just so happens that I need someone like you. Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. This NPC always felt mysterious. Solipsistic, there are countless geniuses in Jyotian. There are also countless strong people who can survive a few levels. However, there is only one person who can aspire to be the best in Jyotian. This is your mission reward. Ding! Please choose a reward from a portion of God's blood and a portion of demon seed. Lu Chen chose the God's blood without hesitation. After all, he already had an extra demon seed. It was just that there was no need for him to fuse with it now. Perhaps in the eyes of many, Solipsistic was too arrogant and did not even take the sacred gate seriously. Unfortunately, people did not understand Lu Chen's true strength. The strength he displayed now was not his full strength at all. He did not need to use his full strength to deal with ordinary players, at least for now. The reason why he had to hide his strength when he came to the second heaven was because Lu Chen still had a mission. That was the quest that he promised Lu Yi, the super boss that started by slaughtering the people of Divine Herbalist Valley and now stood at the top of the second heaven. Based on Lu Chen's current understanding of the second heaven, the monsters here were very strong, the maps here were huge, and the player ecology here was even more. Martial arts reigned supreme. Powerful guilds could even control a main city and so on. However, he believed that the second heaven domain would not be so simple. In a situation where he didn't know much about the second heaven domain, Lu Chen wouldn't reveal this mission to anyone, nor would he show his full strength. It didn't matter if the people in the mountains were trying to frame him. It was just a quest anyway. Since he had already given the quest reward, Lu Chen didn't want to compete with this NPC. Thanks. However, Lu Chen discovered that even though he had completed his mission, the mission did not disappear. To be precise, he did not know when he had activated the second part of the Awareness of the Strong mission. Furthermore, this mission had been completed by some strange coincidence. Mission, Awareness of the Strong 2, Hard Mode, completed, can be submitted. Lu Chen's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He raised his head and looked at the people in the mountains in disbelief. Fuck, there's a follow-up to my mission, but it says that I've already completed it. The people in the mountains smiled. What's so strange about that? The first mission I gave you was to kill the source. You've already completed it when you killed it. As for the second part of the mission, you can read the description and you'll know what's going on. Lu Chen immediately pulled up the mission. Mission, Awareness of the Strong 2, Hard Mode, completed, can be submitted. Mission description: if even a fall from 10,000 meters couldn't kill you, and if even the most perfect low-level spirit testing stone couldn't stop you, then you have proven that the current difficulty of the second heaven still can't satisfy you. You need a higher difficulty. Mission details: escape from a hopeless situation. Mission reward 1. The difficulty of the entire galaxy's second heaven will be increased from normal to hard. In hard mode, monsters' attributes will be increased by 100%, players' attributes will be decreased by 15%, and all server income will be increased by 15%. Equipment of dark gold and above will be unlocked, and their drop rate will be increased. Mission reward 2. Choose one of the 81 types of special essence and receive 1 million special essence. Lu Chen was completely dumbfounded. He had to admit that it was his idea to increase the difficulty of the game last time, but this time, it really wasn't his choice. Who could he blame for not falling to his death? After falling, he would have to think of a way to get out. Even if he broke the spirit testing stone, he couldn't be blamed. But in the end, the mission was completed just like that. Wait a minute. Lu Chen couldn't help but think of the hopeful faces of the players on Earth. If they had finally arrived at the second heaven and found out that they were directly facing the hard mode, however, if his attributes were increased by another 100% from the normal mode, Lu Chen's HP would reach 3 million. His attack would also break through 200,000. After a painful hesitation for a short 1 second, Lu Chen handed in the mission. I'll choose the ethereal creature's essence and upgrade Tao Tai. That guy's attack burns mana. Now that spiritual energy is becoming more and more important, this should be quite useful. As you wish. Received 1 million ethereal creature's essence. After completing 2 missions in one go, Lu Chen made a huge profit. Without saying another word, he first upgraded little Tao Tai. 2 million was enough for it to directly grow into a teenager. Tao Tie's attributes were about the same as Tao Wu and Hun Dun. The key was to look at the special effects. Talent, Divine Beast Bloodline, Spiritual Absorption Attack. When attacking in close combat, absorbs 100% of the target's normal damages pure spiritual energy. This effect can be bestowed to a specific unit. The special effects were just as Lu Chen thought. This way, his attacks would have an additional special effect of burning mana. Solipsistic, I hope we have a chance to meet again. At that time, I hope you can show off your abilities like now. Lu Chen frowned slightly. No way, Brother Mountain. Don't tell me you still have a mission. The mountain man smiled slightly. Take a guess. Guess your ass. The mountain man laughed, turned around, and suddenly disappeared from Lu Chen's sight. Are all NPCs these days so elusive? Lu Chen shook his head. After seeing Old Man Itinerant Immortal, he could only say that he was used to this kind of guy. Okay, it's time to go back to the novice village. Puppet line. Now I'm also a person with a puppet. I, Hu Han San, am back. Lu Chen was in an extremely good mood. As he walked in the forest, he talked to himself. Hee, one is bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. This trip to the Spirit Condensation Mountain Range was so rewarding. Not long after, he was not far from Niayuan village. Speaking of which, it was strange. When he was near the village, he could always see player teams killing monsters and leveling up nearby. However, this time, there were only a few scattered teams hunting. Where are the players? At the entrance of the village, Lu Chen found that the players were in the village. The entire novice village was filled with people. A group of people looked like they had nothing to live for. The atmosphere was a little strange. Lu Chen frowned. Look, it's that person. Suddenly, someone shouted. Tens of thousands of players looked up at the same time and stared angrily at Lu Chen. Lu Chen blinked his eyes. What's going on? Chapter 328. The angry crowd charged at Lu Chen, instantly surrounding Lu Chen. Lu Chen's mind was filled with shock. What are you doing? Lu Chen looked at these people with a strange gaze. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but the key was to understand why they were fighting. Are you the solipsistic? I'm the solipsistic. Why do you think so? Lu Chen didn't deny it or admit it. The solipsistic changed the game to hard mode. Now we can't even beat the mobs outside. That's right, the normal mode was already very hard and we would have been wiped out if we weren't careful. But now, in just a few days, it's changed to hard mode. Are they still letting us live? The normal mode increased by 100%, that means the mobs are 4 times stronger than before and our stats have decreased by 23%. How are we supposed to fight like this? We might as well just stay in the beginner village. Now all the level 60 players have returned to the beginner village. We're a team that managed to defeat a Heaven Domain boss, yet we're still being tortured to death by a small wild monster. There's no way we can survive this. Just who is Lone Tyrant? This daddy wants to fight him to the death. Father finally came here and didn't even get a single piece of equipment before losing one to a monster. What kind of situation is this? Everyone was filled with emotions as they talked about their painful experiences. Some people even talked about their sad moments, their voices choked with sobs. Lu Chen simply couldn't bear to look at them. Speaking of this, if he admitted that he was the solipsistic at this time, he would have to fight with these players. If it was a normal time, he would fight, but Lu Chen suddenly felt that he couldn't bear to do it. They worked so hard to reach the second heaven domain, but the game suddenly changed to hard mode. They jumped 2 levels and they didn't even get a single piece of equipment before losing it. A group of people could only stay in the beginner village. It seemed a bit pitiful. If he killed them at this time, it would be a bit too inhumane. Ahem, well, it's like this. I've seen the solipsistic before. That guy's appearance is that of a demon. I'm very sure. Of course, Lu Chen was sure that his true body was that of a demon. However, by saying this, he was actually denying that he was solipsistic. After all, he was now in human form. The appearance of a demon? It can't be. Could it be that he has some kind of costume that can change his appearance? I think he's a demon. Look at what he's done. It's not something a normal person can do. Seeing this group of people discussing, Lu Chen hurriedly slipped away. We shouldn't stay here for long. Hurry up and buy the puppet strings. We'll leave as soon as we're done. Just as he reached the entrance of the village, a familiar figure suddenly ran over. Idiot, why are you back? Lu Chen looked over and saw that the one who was talking to her was Jiu from the Wood Manor. At this moment, not only did Jiu hide her ID, but she also had a nervous look on her face. Her voice was also very low. I came back to buy something. There are many bounty hunters in the village now. They're all here for you. Hurry up and run. Lu Chen didn't expect that this girl would actually care about him. Speaking of which, is there really someone who would wait for me here for so many days just for 1 million? Isn't it better to go and train? Thank you, I understand. Jiu had just tipped off Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly realized that there was something wrong with their positioning. Unknowingly, he and Jiu seemed to have been surrounded by another group of people. Interesting. There's actually someone who tipped you off. Kid, you're quite lucky. She actually dared to inform you in front of so many bounty hunters. It seems like this little girl is interested in you. A tall and skinny man looked at Lu Chen and Jiu with contempt. Yo. Pretty girl, you're really brainless. Don't you know that by tipping him off now, you'll offend us bounty hunters and also offend the sacred sect? Pretty girl, you're really pretty. Aya, are you guys dating online? Around them, there were more than 20 groups of bounty hunters with completely different equipment. Unknowingly, they had already surrounded Lu Chen and Jiu. On the other hand, the surrounding players who were still conflicted about the solipsistic were also attracted by this scene. The solipsistic was elusive. Anyway, they were all in AFK now. Who wouldn't want to watch a good show? Moreover, this guy who dared to offend the sacred sect was putting on another show. The bounty hunters are all here. What are their levels? I don't know, but they're definitely higher than us. However, bounty hunters don't look at levels but stars. Look, there are at least 3 groups that are 3-star bounty hunters. Xiao Tian and the rest were at a distance. At this moment, seeing that Jiu was surrounded, Wan, Ba Men, and the rest wanted to rush over. However, Xiao Tian suddenly stopped them. Wait. Big brother, but they won't show mercy to Jiu. Xiao Tian squinted his eyes slightly. If we appear now, then all of our strength will be exposed to them. However, if we don't appear, then we'll be hiding our strength. We might even be able to change the situation at a critical moment. Xiao Tian's overall situation was outstanding. At this moment, he still maintained a high level of calmness. Let's go over. Bounty hunters had special privileges. They didn't need to duel and could directly kill the mission target. However, this special privilege came with an equal price. Once they were killed, there would be a high drop rate. It could be said that this was a high-profit job. At the same time, it was a life of living on the edge of a knife. Because of this, most people wouldn't choose to become a bounty hunter. Those who chose to become a bounty hunter were definitely strong people who had full confidence in their own strength. Seeing so many people appear, Jiu panicked. She had a treasure on her. Before she fused, there was also a high chance of it being dropped. Just when she was panicking, she saw her companions in the crowd. Xiao Tian secretly nodded to her, indicating that they were nearby. However, even if Brother Tian and the rest were here, could they really escape from the attacks of so many bounty hunters? There were 3 teams of 3-star bounty hunters here. Seeing Jiu a little nervous, Lu Chen smiled and patted her shoulder lightly. Hey, you look so scared. Are you still so timid? You're the timid one. Jill said unhappily. It was just that it wasn't convenient for her to say the rest. It's okay. I'm here. Lu Chen smiled. Anyway, in his heart, this girl was a coward. A beautiful coward who needed his protection. After saying that, Lu Chen raised his head and looked at the bounty hunters around him. There are so many of you doing a bounty mission together. I'm very curious. If I'm really killed by you, who will take the bounty in the end? The strongest golden bear snorted, Brat, you don't have to worry about that. Don't worry, we've done many cooperative tasks in the Bounty Association. As for the bounty, I'm sorry, but it's based on strength. Whoever gets the last hit will get the bounty. Lu Chen nodded, all right. Since you've all discussed it, then I'll discuss it with my side. Lu Chen imagined Jill, hey, beauty, how about this? I'll give them numbers. Starting from that fatty, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 35 people. You have to remember their numbers. Jill, was confused, why do I have to remember their numbers? Lu Chen smiled, the equipment that drops in odd numbers is mine. As for the equipment that drops in even numbers, I'll take it as your reward for informing me. However, your luck isn't good. You have one less than me. Jill, blinked. This guy, he was 100 times more arrogant than the 8 gates. However, at this moment, Lu Chen saw the crowd suddenly open up a path. Not far away, a white-clothed man walked over. This person's facial features were exquisite and he didn't look like a sissy. His temperament was natural and unrestrained. He wore white clothes and had an indifferent expression. Looking at this person's temperament, one could tell that he was an expert. It's him. Jill-er's eyes widened. Who is it? Jill-er turned her head and looked at Lu Chen with a pair of bright eyes. This time, we're really going to die. He's one of the Saint Gate's 2 saints, the Saint Gate's traceless sword. At this moment, Lu Chen nodded solemnly, 36 people. That's a perfect number. We'll each take half. Chapter 329. When Traceless Blade appeared, there was an uproar in the surroundings. Is that person from the sacred sect? His fashion is different from the other sacred sects. It's more exquisite. Look at his sacred sect badge. I've never seen that symbol before. An old man beside him snorted. Of course you haven't seen him before. I haven't seen him since I came back from a level 60 map. He is the sacred sect's left sage, Traceless Blade. You mean Sword Sage, one of the sacred sect's 2 sages? He's second only to 1. Oh my god. I actually saw a Sword Sage. That's right. It said that he's a peak sword spirit of the second heaven. His strength. No one has seen it for a long time. I didn't expect him to come to Nya Yuan village personally. Even that monster is here. TSK. I don't know if he just happened to pass by or came here on purpose. However, that newbie is going to be unlucky. Traceless Blade remained calm in the face of the surrounding discussions. He seemed to be used to being talked about and worshipped like this. Even Golden Bear and the other 3-star bounty hunters were shocked when they saw Traceless Blade. Hey, Sword Sage, why are you here? Although the skinny man's words seemed to be the same as usual, his tone was not as arrogant as before. You won't do anything to us, right? We've spent a week on this mission. You can't just come and steal it. Traceless Blade's lips curled up slightly. Don't worry. I won't steal your bounty. I'm here for 2 purposes. Traceless Blade stood at the side of the circle with his hands behind his back. He looked expressionlessly at Lu Chen and Jill, who were surrounded. First, this person can't be killed casually. All of you have to activate the assassination system. After killing him to critical health, leave him to me. I'll let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. I'll judge the bounty based on your performance. I don't think anyone has a problem with that. In the past, bounty missions depended on the last hit to determine the bounty. However, this time, Traceless Blade actually said that he wanted to judge it himself. If someone else had said this, most people would have disagreed. However, the person who said this was Traceless Blade. No one had any objections. We can trust the Sword Saint's judgment. After he finished speaking, Traceless Sword looked at Lu Chen and then at Jiu. When he saw Jiu, a strange light flashed in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. Finally, the Traceless Sword arrived before Lu Chen. Brat, did you just say you wanted to kill me? Actually, I haven't fought with anyone in a long time. To be honest, I really miss the feeling of controlling someone's life and death. So, I actually kind of hope that you can win. Lu Chen was surprised to find a sense of familiarity in this person's eyes. That was loneliness. The loneliness of the strong, the loneliness of not having an opponent. This person's wish was not an act. He really wanted to exercise his muscles and bones. However, Lu Chen's aura was not any weaker than the left sage of the Holy Gate. Traceless Sword. Since you're speaking the truth, I'll also tell you the truth. I hope from the bottom of my heart that you won't disappoint me. The two super powerhouses were extremely confident. They seemed to have found a long-lost feeling in each other. Excitement. It was just that Jiu couldn't accept the conversation between these two guys. Fuck, who are these two people? Are all men such warlike animals? Why do the two of them have a feeling of regret that they didn't meet sooner? It was like two people in love. Due to the presence of their friends, they could only suppress their inner desires. But in their hearts, they both hoped that the others would leave quickly. Moreover, it was fine if Traceless Sword was like this. But that guy, as a newcomer, why did she feel that his aura was not any weaker than Traceless Sword? However, on second thought, that guy provoked the Holy Gate on his first day here. If she thought about it carefully, it was quite in line with his personality. Extremely arrogant. Traceless Sword smiled and stepped back. He then said to the others, "All right, everyone, it's time for the assassination." Bounty hunters could skip many rules when they killed people. They didn't need to issue a request for a duel. Moreover, they could activate the full pain system. In this case, the target would be forced to activate full pain. Otherwise, why would people be willing to spend a large amount of money to hire bounty hunters to kill a random player? Lu Chen and Jiu received the message at the same time. Your pain system has been forcibly activated. The activation rate is 100%. After activating full pain perception, PK was no longer a simple PK. Every time a player died, they would have to endure pain that was comparable to real death. Everyone at the scene started to get nervous. Everyone took out their weapons one after another. Xiao Tian and the others were extremely nervous. Although they were standing at the side watching the show, their muscles were all tensed up secretly. They were ready to attack at any time. There was only one person who was still sloppy and carefree. How could you be distracted in a fight between experts? In an instant, two figures activated their displacement skills at the same time and rushed toward Lu Chen. Ha ha ha, the bounty is ours. East Wind, taunt him. Got it. Lu Chen noticed that the first to make a move was a two-star team. Although their individual strength wasn't the strongest, their bounty team seemed to be a team. The first to make a move was the melee tank. The other melee player was probably a melee DPS. In the distance, an array master was buffing his teammates. At the same time, he was preparing some big move. Beside him was an apothecary and an archer with arrows knocked. The tank flashed in front of Lu Chen and shouted, "Taunt! I'm your dad." Lu Chen was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries. This guy was just using a skill. He even added lines. Just as the tank activated his skill, Jiu quickly dodged and distanced herself. It had to be said that she was worthy of being the woman who almost caused Lu Chen to fail. Jiu's combat ability was quite strong. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Chen, who was extremely good at movement, didn't dodge and was forcefully pulled. Jiu retreated to the side. When she looked back, she was stunned. Didn't that guy use a lot of movement skills to toy with Iron Warrior? How could he not dodge such a simple taunt? You idiot! Although Jiu was anxious, she had no other choice. She could only draw her dark gold longbow and think of a way to force the other melee DPS to retreat. Haha, you're really good. You can even hit with this skill. Even the tank himself couldn't believe it. He had only used a taunt and he had already caught the fish. 1 million was a free gift. Lu Chen glared at the tank. I hate it when people mention my father. This reason almost caused Jiu, who was about to attack, to suffer internal injuries. That, I'm your dad, wasn't a skill at all. It was a player's taunt. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. But now, how could this guy be so irrational? Xiao Tian was speechless. Fuck, this guy, can he not be so impulsive? After being taunted, one could only use normal attacks and couldn't use skills. When taunted, the user's defense and HP would be greatly increased. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't cause much damage. Meanwhile, the team of bounty hunters was about to attack. If there were no accidents, that brat would soon pay a heavy price for this reckless decision. Chapter 330. In the past, Lu Chen had always kept 2 or more trump cards. First was Heaven, Earth, 8 Desolation, and second was 1 million poison damage. But now, with 3000 instant slash and doppelganger, the importance of 1 million poison damage could only be reduced to a secondary level. But now, the situation was different. There were 35 2-star bounty hunters around now. Lu Chen alone was fine, but he did not want Jiu to suffer any damage because she had informed him. He needed to kill the enemy instantly. Anyway, Lu Chen had a premonition that Traceless Blade was a ruthless character. He might have to fight seriously. It was time for poison damage to appear. Coincidentally, the tank had touched Lu Chen's reverse scale. Since that was the case, he was unlucky. There are no tanks in front of me. Lu Chen shouted angrily. Boom! 2 unimaginable numbers floated above the other party's head. Minus 380,000, double critical hit, minus 520,000, poisoned. With just 2 numbers, this heavy tank, who was in the taunt state, had his physical defense increased by a large amount, and his poison resistance increased by 50%, such a tough and tanky fellow, had been insta-killed. Everyone was shocked. A few guys slipped and dropped their weapons on the ground. Fuck, what kind of damage is this? 900,000 HP in one go. That guy is still in a taunt-enhanced state. This skill was originally used to pull aggro and increase a lot of defense. Just now, the Talisman Master increased his defense and resistance. The monk's level is high and he has his own damage reduction. In the end, even so, he was still in a taunt-enhanced state and was instantly killed. Is that guy still human? Fuck, what kind of poison damage can deal 520,000? Wait, why does this guy get a critical hit every time he attacks? Also, his last critical hit was only a few 100,000. This time, he actually dealt 380,000 to a monk with enhanced defense and damage reduction. In fact, Lu Chen's previous attack was more than 60,000. After deducting the opponent's defense, the double critical hit was indeed more than 100,000. Now, this opponent had added a bunch of defense and resistance, but Lu Chen still dealt 380,000 damage. There was only one reason. In hard difficulty, Lu Chen's attack had become 210,000. After deducting a large amount of defense, a double critical hit directly dealt 380,000 damage. After deducting the opponent's resistance, the poison attack dealt 500,000 damage. With the two added together, it was an instant kill. At this moment, Traceless Sword, who had been waiting by the side in boredom, had a look of shock in his eyes. He had underestimated this fellow. Traceless Blade narrowed his eyes. Could it be a heavenly might attack? Xiao Tian and the others were even more bewildered. They had watched Lu Chen's 3 matches, and each of them was exceptionally stunning. Originally, people had thought that this guy had already displayed everything he had learned in his life during the Iron Battle. But who would have thought that this was not the upper limit of that guy's ability? When he attacked head-on, he was even more terrifying than when he used his movement technique. This. Why is he so strong? Ba Men's mind trembled. He was once confident that he was stronger than Lu Chen, but after seeing this strike, Ba Men couldn't believe it. Did he use some sort of heavenly might attack just now? This damage was already heaven-defying. Unfortunately, they all guessed wrong. This was just Lu Chen's normal attack. However, everyone's shock was not over yet. After killing the tank in one move, Lu Chen used Monkey King's reverse blood, stunned another melee fighter beside him, and dealt another blow with his club. Minus 770,000, 3x critical hit. This time, even the poison attack did not have time to jump out. That guy was instantly killed. Pfft. Someone nearby spat out a mouthful of blood. He still has 3x critical hit. 770,000 damage. What the fuck, he's a monster. His damage is even more terrifying than a boss. Who is he? Jiu Er was already stunned. Originally, in her mind, Lu Chen was just an interesting and capable newcomer. For someone like her who had seen the super experts in her family, Lu Chen's previous few moves were not bad, but it was definitely not to the point where she was shocked. But this time, she was really stunned. This guy. What level is he? Level 150. Unfortunately, Lu Chen did not have time to answer her question. The next second was Lu Chen's real killing time. It's a pity that there are too few bounty hunters. Forget it, I was too greedy. You guys, since you're here, don't leave. 7 stars chasing the moon. In the next moment, Lu Chen displayed the results of his research on 7 stars chasing the moon. If he moved in the opposite direction of the opponent, he would enter the reverse moon chasing state. With enemies all around him, this was very easy to handle. As long as he chose a target, he could maintain the reverse moon chasing state while rushing to the enemy on the other side. In the circular area, a blurry figure could be seen shuttling between the bounty hunters at a speed that was difficult to be seen with the naked eye. A massacre. Don't underestimate us. Anti-magic array, spiritual energy burn. The Talisman Master finally used his ultimate move, and Lu Chen's surroundings were suddenly covered by the anti-magic array. I knew you were good at movement, so I specially prepared this array to burn pure spiritual energy to restrict you. In this array, you will lose 200 points of pure spiritual energy per second, and at the same time, pills will not be able to replenish your spiritual energy. Once you run out of pure spiritual energy, we can easily kill you. In front of me, a Talisman Master, you are just trash. 200 points of mana burn per second sounded quite terrifying. For many players with only 700 to 800 points of spiritual energy, their total spiritual energy reserves were no more than 70,000 to 80,000 points. Without using any other techniques, the pure spiritual energy in their spiritual energy pills would be drained. Moreover, in the array, they could not use mixed energy pills to replenish pure spiritual energy, which was equivalent to limiting the source. This anti-magic array even earned the Talisman Master the title of the most disgusting profession in the eyes of the players. However, Lu Chen's current spiritual energy reserve was 180,000 points of pure spiritual energy, so he could hold on for 900 seconds. In addition, the fake Mukin bead had a chance to refine a full spiritual energy pill. Lu Chen smiled slightly and appeared in front of the Talisman Master with Night Blink. You seem quite confident. Alright, I'll take your life last, so you can figure out who is trash. After saying that, Lu Chen quickly flashed to the side of the archer. Repulsive shot. The archer was not weak either. When he released 5 powerful arrows in a row, his figure moved backward 5 times in a row. Only 5 steps. Then you definitely can't run away. 7 stars chasing the moon. Not only did Lu Chen use 7 stars chasing the moon to dodge the arrows, but at the same time, he also caught up with the archer after the 3rd phase of 7 stars chasing the moon. Die for me. Instant kill. Monster, he's really a monster. This is too scary. Is there anything this guy isn't good at? His teleportation is permanent, his melee attacks are off the charts, and skills can't hit him at all. Damn, how do we kill this guy? I feel like he can kill more than a boss. Fuck, this group of bounty hunters can only be slaughtered in front of him. He's just a newbie, how did he become like this? I don't have a good impression of bounty hunters, but I suddenly feel that they are so pitiful. They can't fight back at all. Please, at least let them hit him once, or I'll really break down. Jiao Er looked at the almost untraceable figure in front of her in disbelief. Could this be his true strength? So strong. But the question was this really that guy's true strength? Chapter 331. Even the anti-magic array, which was known as the most disgusting skill, couldn't stop this monster. Don't underestimate us. Everyone else, get out of my way. Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell. Suddenly, Jin Xiong attacked. He threw out a magic treasure from his hand. This magic treasure went from the size of a bell to an abnormally huge one, with a diameter of more than 100 meters. The Eastern Emperor Bell was turned upside down and smashed towards Lu Chen. Damn, what kind of magic treasure is this? Lu Chen was shocked. Many magic treasures could have special effects, but this was the first time Lu Chen had seen a magic treasure turn into a tool. Lu Chen turned around and shouted at Jiao Er, retreat. Jiao Er was different from other girls. She didn't say anything and retreated immediately. She knew very well that the biggest help she could give to Lu Chen now was to protect herself and not get in his way. Damn, she left so quickly. Lu Chen smiled. When he turned around again, he was already enveloped by the Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell. Muffled laughter came from outside. Ha 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 ha, kid, you won't be able to escape after being caught by my Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell. However, before he could finish his sentence, the huge black bell cracked open, and a figure came out from within, heading straight for Jin Xiong. Jin Xiong was stunned. As an orange magic treasure, the Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell had always been his trump card. The Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell could withstand tens of millions of damage. Even a super boss wouldn't be able to break it in a short period of time. Originally, as long as one was caught by the bell, the person inside would suffer continuous damage and eventually lose. However, in less than a few seconds, the Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell was broken by someone. No, impossible. You can't break my Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell so quickly. Lu Chen was already in front of Jin Xiong. When he raised the blazing sword, Lu Chen smirked. Sorry, your Eastern Emperor Funeral Bell is too weak. I've been in places even more terrifying than this, let alone this broken bell of yours. Lu Chen had been caught by Lu Yi's alchemy cauldron before. That was a magic treasure of a boss, and its effects were at the level of a boss. Even so, it didn't manage to kill Lu Chen. Tens of millions of damage. Lu Chen had at least two. With a raise of his hand and a fall of the blade, the golden bear erupted. Godly golden light. All of a sudden, Jin Xiong's entire body erupted with a burst of golden light. Then, he rose into the air. Mighty divine might, slay demons and devils. Player Golden Bear has activated divine might, all attributes increased by 100%. Fuck, what is this thing? So strong. This is divine might. What, you don't know? The top players and bosses in the second heaven all possess various kinds of godly powers. Among the high-end players, there is a saying that goes, if you don't show your might, you won't show your true strength. Divine might is the strongest trump card of these experts. This is divine might. Oh my god, this is too overbearing, directly doubling all attributes. Not only does it increase attributes, but the strongest aspect of divine might is the heavenly might suppression. Against units whose heavenly might isn't as high as my own, after activating the heavenly might skill, I can greatly weaken the opponent's strength. To these super powerhouses, knowing about heaven's might was nothing strange. However, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. This guy's divine might seemed to be different from his. Jin Xiong's status stated that all attributes were increased by 100%. His heavenly might could only allow other players to lend him 20,000 attribute points. In the past, he thought it was very strong, but now that Lu Chen's attributes had greatly increased, 20,000 was no longer as good as 100%. Seeing that Jin Xiong had activated divine might, the other two groups of 3-star bounty hunters did not want to be outdone. Whether it was facing such an overpowered enemy or competing for the bounty, they used divine might one after another. The skinny guy in Fu, Lu, and Shou activated boundless divine might. His originally skinny and tall body suddenly doubled, reaching 3 to 4 meters tall. His attributes increased slightly, especially his strength, which increased by 150%. The flowery guy activated nation protection divine might. His entire body was covered in rocks, turning into a rock man. Kid, in front of heavenly might, you are like an ant. Kill. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Divine might was indeed different from one another. There were actually so many variations. Speaking of which, these guys could use divine might at will, but his divine might had to borrow attributes from all the players in the map. It felt quite troublesome. However, now was not the time to think about this. When the players used divine might, there were very obvious special effects. Everyone's body was shining with a golden light. In front of them, Lu Chen suddenly became dull. The surrounding players were even more excited when they saw this. Is this a group of gods ganging up on a mortal? It's so spectacular. This time, there are 3 divine might. Although that kid is overpowered, if he doesn't use divine might, his strength will be greatly suppressed. He should have divine might, right? Of course he does. Otherwise, how could he be so overpowered? However, in the face of 3 divine might, Lu Chen did not use his heavenly might. It was true that divine might increased a lot of attributes, but for ordinary players, their basic attributes were very limited. Even if divine might greatly increased their attributes, it would not change anything. In fact, based on the attributes displayed by divine might, its more important value was the increase in the upper limit of the level. It was because some people had divine might that when they entered the second celestial stage, the gap in strength would widen. As for units with divine might, the pressure they exerted on low-level divine might units could reduce the opponent's strength. Lu Chen took a look at his own attributes. To his surprise, he had actually received a 50% damage reduction. This status effect was similar to a halo effect. Hence, even his doppelganger and Nirvana rebirth could not dispel it. Unless he used heavenly might, it would be very difficult for him to dispel this status effect. Do I need to use it to fight you guys? Lu Chen sneered. Divine might, is it? I'm going to fight you guys. After saying that, Lu Chen directly moved toward the three of them. Ba Men asked curiously, Brother Tian, that guy didn't use divine might? He doesn't have divine might, right? Xiao Tian shook his head. I'm not sure. Logically speaking, in a 1v3 situation like this, he shouldn't have held back. Could it be that he really doesn't have divine might? In the distance, Lu Chen activated his 1v3 mode. Tiger's Roar, Great Ravager's Sweep. Lightless Heavenly Flame Pillar. Against such experts, it was difficult to hit them with Lightless Heavenly Flame Pillar alone. Therefore, Lu Chen combined Great Ravager's Sweep with Heavenly Flame Pillar. The two skills were activated at the same time to force the opponent to move and make them make mistakes. With a swoosh, the skinny player from Fu Lu Shou was killed by Great Ravager's Sweep. Minus 190,000. Seeing this damage, the group of people's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What happened to the divine might suppression? In the end, he did not use any divine might and directly dealt 200,000 damage. With just a touch, a quarter of their health was gone. Who could take that? Chapter 332. Lu Chen's damage shocked everyone once again. It's really a god's damage. I'm really crazy. How can his damage be so high? It's okay if his damage is high. Everyone has fought a heaven domain boss before and knows that high damage isn't scary. What's scary is that his skills are too hard to dodge and he's hard to focus on. That's true. That guy's control is too strong. He can actually dodge all the skills. It feels like he knows where the opponent's next attack will be. His movement skills are endless. Unless it's a super AoE attack like the Eastern Emperor Death Knell, it's really hard to hit him. Speaking of which, the three golden guys had joined forces and had yet to touch Lu Chen. Instead, they were being beaten by a mortal. They were also using 7 stars chasing the moon and had activated the reverse moon chasing mode. However, unlike Lu Chen, they were really running away. As long as Lu Chen wanted to get close to them, they would immediately retreat. This gave Lu Chen a headache. Hey, can you guys have some professional ethics? You're here to kill me. Why are you running away? Lu Chen was speechless. Forget it. You guys are ruthless. Let's kill the small fries first. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and killed the rest of the bounty hunters. Even the 3 experts who had activated Heaven's Wrath were being beaten by Lu Chen. The rest of them were nothing. In less than 5 minutes, the bounty hunters' corpses were all over the place. Jin Xiong and the other two's faces were ashen. This guy had killed the others right in front of them. Most importantly, they didn't dare to get close to him. Someone with Heaven's Wrath didn't dare to get close to an ordinary player. This was simply a fantasy story. Golden Bear shook his head. Damn, the Sacred Gate is too sinister. This guy only asked for 1 million. Are you kidding me? Heaven's Wrath can't do anything to him. I won't earn this money. After saying that, Golden Bear turned around and was about to escape. The skinny guy and Hua Jian looked at each other. Golden Bear's words were right. Indeed, I can't earn this 1 million. You can earn it. After saying that, Hua Jian turned around and ran. The skinny guy didn't care that his 2 companions were still dead. Fuck, trash holy sect, how dare you play with us? After saying that, he couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded from afar. Sword control technique, swordless. Puff, puff, puff. 3 muffled sounds. 3 strings of numbers appeared above the heads of Golden Bear, Skinny, and Hua Jian, who were moving at high speed. Minus 70,000, minus 70,000, minus 70,000, everyone received at least 20 damage. With the loss of 1,400,000 HP, the three of them were instantly killed. Things happened too suddenly. Some people who did not know the truth looked at Lu Chen in shock, thinking that Lu Chen had killed them. However, the audience in the front row, including Lu Chen himself, were all looking at another person. Not far away, the white-clothed man who was as calm as still water, his sword left no trace. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and put away his sloppy appearance. Clearly, the one who killed the three was not Lu Chen, but Traceless Sword. However, people didn't even see where the so-called sword was. The three of them didn't even have time to react before they were instantly killed. One must know that even Lu Chen couldn't do anything to those three people just now. In the end, they didn't even live for a second under Traceless Sword. Traceless Sword pinched the sword fingers on his right hand and slightly flattened them. At this moment, three swords appeared in front of him. They were suspended in front of him. These three swords were all crystal swords. Hence, when they were moving at high speed, they couldn't be seen clearly. Only when they were still at this moment could people truly see their existence. Traceless Sword withdrew his sword fingers and the three swords returned to their scabbards. You don't have the strength, yet you still accepted the Holy Sex bounty mission. Since you don't want to do it, then there's no reason for you to continue living. He understated his motive just now. After that, Traceless Sword smiled at Lu Chen and walked to the center of the field. Very good, your performance didn't disappoint me. I'm very gratified. Lu Chen frowned slightly. To be honest, this guy's move just now was really beyond Lu Chen's imagination. Hey, don't fight with him. Hurry up and leave. Jiu tugged at Lu Chen's clothes from behind. I'll cover you. He won't dare to do anything to me. Lu Chen turned to look at Jiu and smiled at her. Jiu was stunned for a moment. Why did this guy suddenly call her name? Speaking of which, this seemed to be the first time he called her name. Ah. Why? Lu Chen's eyes were smiling. I like your name. Jiu's face suddenly turned red. Why did this guy suddenly say such things? He said he liked her name. This made people feel that he only liked her name. It also made people think that he only liked her name. Thank you for helping me. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just look for me directly. After saying that, Lu Chen directly sent her a friend request. Of course, he still hid his ID. Jiu blinked her eyes. Actually, if Jiu really encountered trouble, it would be very easy for her to find someone. It was just that she didn't say it out loud. I'll remember. Lu Chen smiled. Clean up the battlefield. There are too many people here. Don't let the equipment be taken away by others. After you've put it away, go find your companions. I see that they've been waiting for you for a long time. You still want equipment at a time like this? That guy said he'll make you live a life worse than death. He'll definitely do it. Jiu said anxiously. Lu Chen's smile was still the same. Go. I'll leave the equipment with you first. I'll come and get it later. Jiu thought for a moment. Perhaps it was because this guy knew that he couldn't win and couldn't run away. But if he could store the equipment with her, perhaps he could make a comeback in the future. The equipment of these bounty hunters were not ordinary. In addition, their drop rates were high. To leave so much equipment with her, did this guy trust her that much? Or was it that he had no other choice? What about your companions? My companions are still in the first layer. No, I'm talking about the people who fought the Heaven Domain boss with you. I know that you're very strong, but there should be at least a few people. Lu Chen smiled. If that's the case, I do have a companion. But I'm afraid that you'll be afraid if you see him. He's not here right now, and I don't want him to do anything. Companion? Lu Chen didn't have any companions. If she had to name one, it would be Lone Tyrant Might, the guy who had scared the girls to tears several times. Jiu frowned. It seemed that he was afraid of dragging his companions down. Since that was the case, Jiu nodded heavily. Okay, leave the equipment with us for now. I'll hide first and wait for you to endure it, then come find me. The so-called enduring it referred to being repeatedly killed by others after being healed endlessly. Even after seeing Lu Chen's strength, Jiu still didn't believe that Lu Chen had any hope of winning. Lu Chen was just about to explain when Traceless Blade's indifferent voice rang out. Have you settled your affairs? Can we begin? To Lu Chen, those equipment clearly weren't as attractive as this super expert. Lu Chen instantly forgot about the equipment. He turned around and smiled at Traceless Blade. Sure. Chapter 333. Jiu picked up the equipment one by one. She couldn't even remember what she had picked up. She turned around and glanced at that figure. Her eyes were slightly red, and she hurriedly left. She couldn't stay here. If she was targeted by Traceless Sword, she might not be able to keep the equipment she had picked up. Idiot, you must come to me. I'll return these equipment to you intact. Jiu had just left. Xiao Tian and the other three quickly pretended to leave the village and escorted Jiu away. Jiu you're crazy. You're hanging out with that guy. Be careful of the Holy Gate. 8-Gate whispered. Xiao Tian frowned. Don't say so much. Let's leave first. We can't stay in Yuan village anymore. Let's go to other novice villages. If the Holy Gate pushes too hard, ask for help from the family. Don't, Brother Tian. That'll be embarrassing. I know. I won't do that unless it's absolutely necessary. Alright, let's go. The 5 people from Wood Mansion left, but the battle continued. Moreover, it was the most important match. Even the surrounding onlookers opened up a larger area for these two fellows. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a sword saint in action. It's going to be a feast for the eyes. Is this the strongest player? I'm looking forward to it. He killed a Tianwei player in one hit. What else can I say? I'm really a frog at the bottom of a well. In the field, the two super experts stood facing each other. Both of their expressions gradually became serious, and everyone else also became nervous. Such a battle between experts wasn't something that could be seen at any time. Swords were drawn and bows were drawn. The atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone held their breaths. They felt that even a straw could crush their taut nerves. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly spoke. Speaking of which, shall we make a bet? His frivolous tone, coupled with such a tense atmosphere, made people want to vomit blood. I'm also part of the bounty team. It doesn't matter if we make a bet or not, Traceless Sword said calmly. Besides, do you think you can escape by kneeling for a week? You're too naive. Let's make a bet. Lu Chen quickly filled in the bet and pushed it to Traceless Sword. Full pain. Kneeling at the entrance of Yuan village for a week, 1. 7 million gold coins, nothing less. Fuck, is there something wrong with this guy's brain? They already said that they would torture him for a month, and he still wants to kneel for a week. Do you think you're not miserable enough? There's really something wrong with this guy's brain. It's fine that his opponent's Traceless Sword is strong, but he himself has already used almost all of his skills. Traceless Sword is a form of knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy. Look at that kid, he's only seen Traceless Sword once. He probably hasn't thought of a way to break it yet. Why would he think of increasing the bet? Let him show off for the last time. There aren't many people in the entire galaxy who would dare to make such a bet in front of the Sword Saint. Traceless Blade only glanced at it briefly before he clicked confirm. The bet was established. You really are an interesting person. Traceless Sword said indifferently. Lu Chen pursed his lips. Since the bet was in effect, he was relieved. Traceless Sword was indeed the strongest player he had ever seen. His sword manipulation technique, Swordless, directly hit Golden Bear, who was using a displacement skill, and caused over 1,000,000 damage. This was a skill that Lu Chen had never seen before. Countdown to the duel, 3, 2, 1. Begin. The moment the duel began, Traceless Sword had already moved. He pinched his fingers together. Sword manipulation technique, Permitha. 3 crystal swords instantly shot out from their scabbards. The 3 swords, which were already very difficult to see clearly, actually shot toward Lu Chen in a flickering manner. It was not rare for players to have displacement skills. Almost everyone had 1 or 2 displacement skills. Lu Chen even had 4 displacement skills. However, who had ever seen a weapon capable of displacement? And it was an almost transparent weapon. However, others might not be able to see it clearly, but Lu Chen could. He had the bloodline of the Flower Goblin. In the bloodline of the Flower Goblin, there was a trait that had always been neglected. It was an increase in the ability to capture movement. In other words, in addition to the increased field of vision, Lu Chen's vision was especially sensitive to moving objects. The crystal swords were not invisible. Some subtle changes could still be seen, and Lu Chen could also capture them. The position prediction given by the Eye of the Dark Gods was already ineffective. It should be because the control of the sword manipulation technique was in the hands of Traceless Sword. He could change the attack position of the flying swords at any time. It was impossible to predict. Rapid movement. Lu Chen quickly dodged, avoiding the first wave of attacks from the 3 flying swords. I've been waiting for this skill of yours. It said that no one can hit you. Unfortunately, you met me. Traceless Sword moved his fingers again. Sword manipulation technique, Swordless. The duel had only started for a few seconds, but Traceless Sword had already used 2 moves. The second move was a killing move. This made everyone's breathing even more rapid. The speed of the 3 flying swords suddenly increased, and they actually caught up with the high-speed moving Lu Chen in the blink of an eye. 1 flying sword could instantly kill a player in Heaven's Might mode. If all 3 swords attacked at the same time, Lu Chen would not be able to handle it. So fast. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. When his vision caught a glimmer of light, he suddenly charged in the direction of the flying swords. 7 stars chasing the moon. 2 parts. The 2 parts of 7 stars chasing the moon were seamlessly connected, and he was invincible for 0.2 seconds. And he and the flying swords were moving in opposite directions. This time was even more precise. The 3 flying swords actually did not hit Lu Chen. As expected, you have some skills. Your eyes are quite sharp. Then I'll cripple your pair of eyes first. Sword manipulation technique, blind. The crystal swords suddenly became angular. Through the reflection of the mirror, the reflected light shone into Lu Chen's eyes. The 3 swords produced light in all directions. It was as if someone had shot out a high beam, making it difficult to look straight at them. Seeing that the 3 swords were about to kill him, Lu Chen coldly snorted and simply turned his head away. Night Shadow Blink. With a flicker skill, he arrived in front of Traceless Sword. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Traceless Sword sneered, still not using your doppelganger. You still want to hold back against me? Then I'll have to let you suffer a little. 1,000 Sword Thrust. Suddenly, Traceless Sword's body was surrounded by countless iron swords. At the same time, while protecting its owner, 1,000 Sword Thrust wanted to fiercely shoot out a large amount of sword chi. Traceless Sword's shield was both offensive and defensive. It could even be said that the offensive effect was better than the defensive effect. Lu Chen saw the countless sword chi shooting towards him, and at the same time, the flying swords behind him had already caught up. He had already used his only movement skill, flicker. If he quickly moved, the crystal swords would definitely catch up. Left with no choice, Lu Chen used his doppelganger. Want to see my doppelganger? Fine, I'll satisfy you. Demon doppelganger. Wishful doppelganger. With 2 doppelganger skills, he was invincible for 0. For seconds, barely avoiding the flying swords and sword chi's pincer attack. At this point, the battle between the two had only lasted for less than 3 seconds. However, the two of them had already used up to 7 skills. The surrounding players were already dumbfounded. Oh my god, this is a battle that even my eyes can't keep up with. Too fast, the two of them are too fast, and the two of them are too strong. Currently, Traceless Sword is still suppressing that kid. Traceless Sword has been attacking while the rookie has been dodging. Moreover, he obediently used his doppelganger when he was told to. It seems that Traceless Sword is still better. Chapter 334. Lu Chen created 6 doppelgangers. The surrounding players had all seen how strong Lu Chen's doppelgangers were. It had an extremely high degree of attribute inheritance, and it could use active skills and passive skills. It was definitely a top-tier doppelganger. However, in the face of Lu Chen's doppelgangers, Traceless Blade was still calm. He spat out 4 words, Afterimage doppelganger. In an instant, Traceless' body became blurry. Then, 12 afterimages were extracted from his original body, forming new doppelgangers. Are you so naive to think that you're the only one with doppelgangers? I'm sorry, but you only have 6 doppelgangers. Moreover, it looks like you got them from 2 different skills. Unfortunately, I have 12. None of them are worse than your doppelgangers. No wonder Traceless was so fearless. The number of doppelgangers in his doppelgangers was more than twice that of his demon doppelgangers. Comparing the quality of his doppelgangers and his demon doppelgangers, Traceless doppelgangers were of a higher quality than his demon doppelgangers. Traceless doppelgangers activated their skills. They started with sword manipulation technique, swordless. In the sky, invisible flying swords shot toward Lu Chen's doppelgangers. The doppelgangers did not have any skills to dodge the swordless attacks. Due to the disadvantage in numbers, each doppelgangers took at least 2 swordless attacks. After taking additional damage, they were all at critical health. An expert would never stop at 1 hit. Even the doppelgangers of the Blade Master were the same. After the first hit, the doppelgangers quickly followed up with a second hit. Sword manipulation technique, spiral. The 3 crystal swords were connected by the hilts. They spun quickly and caused a lot of medium damage. In an instant, the first batch of 6 doppelgangers of Lu Chen were all killed. The audience was shocked by Traceless' strength. Oh my god, the Blade Master is indeed the Blade Master. He's so strong. He beat that newbie into submission. Is that the Blade Master's Earth-level technique, 9 sword manipulation techniques? Permitha, swordless, blind, spiral, and 5 more moves. No, actually, stab rampart and afterimage are also 2 of the 9 secrets of the Imperial Sword. The other 2 are passive. One adds a lot of damage. Look at how high his damage is. The other one is Lightless Sword. It can turn any weapon into 3 transparent, crystallized swords. Look, that's the weapon he's using right now. So that's how it is. The 9 sword manipulation techniques are really both offensive and defensive. Oh right, you only said 8 techniques, where's the last one? Another one? That's Traceless' strongest move. He hasn't used it in a long time. Holy shit, he still has a trick up his sleeve. The Sword Saint is indeed the Sword Saint. No wonder he can become the left sage of the Holy Gate. Lu Chen also felt his scalp go numb. This imperial sword art was really powerful. Compared to the defensive Buddhist lotus, it was on a completely different level. At the same time, Traceless chose Lu Chen's main body. The corners of his lips curled up. Actually, I've been bored for too long. You, on the other hand, have some strength. You were actually able to avoid so many of my moves. Since that's the case, I've decided to reward you. Lu Chen frowned slightly. They were having a good fight, and now the other party wanted to reward him. What the hell? I plan to let you experience the strongest move of the 9 sword manipulation techniques. Traceless' eyes gradually lit up with excitement. Of course, it might hurt a little. But don't worry, I'll let you live so that I can slowly torture you in the end. The 12 doppelgangers and Traceless' main body stood side by side. Their movements were exactly the same. His left hand formed a sword finger, and his right elbow was held horizontally. His right arm was placed in front of his chest, and his left hand formed a sword finger. 39 crystal swords were lined up in front of the formation. Even the dumbest person could tell that Traceless was about to use his ultimate move. He's going to use the last move of the 9 sword manipulation techniques. Oh my god, I can feel my blood boiling. It's going to be a feast for the eyes. It's all thanks to that newbie. It's hard to imagine how strong this move, which is known as the strongest move, is. Not far away in mid-air, a player dressed in golden clothing stood in the void. What was strange was that although he stood in the void so conspicuously, no one on the ground could see him. Perhaps it was some kind of invisibility skill that allowed him to stand in front of everyone without being discovered. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Traceless, that guy. He's going to use that move against a newbie. He's really bored out of his mind. That move won't be easy to deal with. It seems that the newbie has already lost. To be honest, Lu Chen was also a little nervous. The large group of people on the other side was obviously preparing for some kind of ultimate move. This formation was a little scary. Considering Traceless' insane attack, Lu Chen did not dare to take this move head-on. Kid, I'll let you know my limits. Let's make it clear that you can never offend the sacred sect. Traceless raised his eyes and looked at Lu Chen with a half-smile. No one can break my Wuji. Lu Chen slightly lowered his chin and stared at Traceless with a rare serious expression. He said, "You're not bad. You didn't let me down. But I'm sorry, game time is over." However, this sentence was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. That guy is too arrogant. Even now, he's still so stubborn. Some people are just like that. They won't give up until they see the coffin. Just wait and see how he dies. Being looked down upon, Traceless' eyes widened in anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "You're asking for it." Sword manipulation technique, Wuji. 39 crystal swords instantly formed a giant crystal sword. Immediately after, the crystal sword jumped in the form of Prometha. It flew for a short while at the speed of swordless and then disappeared. This was a true disappearance. Even Lu Chen couldn't pinpoint the location of the giant sword. There were 2 possibilities. Either it was invisible, or it was so fast that it exceeded Lu Chen's ability to pinpoint its movements. At the same time, Lu Chen realized that he was hit by a debuff. Debuff, Wuji 9 arts, ineffective against defense, evasion, and movement techniques of the same level and below, earth level low tier. The 9 arts of sword manipulation was at least a low-tier earth-level technique. It was actually ineffective against techniques of the same level. From this point, it was very likely that the 9 arts of sword manipulation was the strongest technique of the same level. At this critical moment, Lu Chen shouted in a low voice, "Triple door." In front of Lu Chen, 3 stone doors suddenly appeared. What technique is this? It's that kid's Earth-level technique. It should be dropped by a celestial domain boss. Tisk, I've never seen him use it before. I wonder if it's strong. What's the difference if it's strong or not? Did you see the effect of Wuxia 9 arts? Defensive techniques of the same level are all ineffective. Even if that guy has a very strong offensive technique, he won't have time to get close. Seeing that Lu Chen was still futilely struggling, Wu Hen laughed arrogantly, ha 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 ha, idiot. Do you think your technique can block my Wuxia? My Wuxia can nullify defense, evasion, and movement techniques of the same level. You're already dead. You actually got the triple door technique. I really envy you. Unfortunately, the triple door can't deflect Wuxia's attack. In front of Wuxia 9 arts, all defenses are futile. The triple door technique was nullified. However, Lu Chen sneered, who said I was going to block your attack? Flame slash. Lu Chen attacked one of the triple door. Chapter 335. The triple door could transfer the opponent's skills, and it could also transfer Lu Chen himself. So on and so forth, it could transfer Lu Chen's attack. If Lu Chen was using the triple door to escape, the effect of the triple door would be ineffective. But now, he was using the triple door to attack. Wuxia's speed was fast, but could it be faster than a direct transfer? It was so fast that there was no time to react. In an instant, 3 Z-slashes directly hit Traceless. Boom boom boom, 3 flaming blades directly hit Traceless' sword. The 3 attacks caused 790,000 damage, and this did not include the subsequent burn damage. Traceless' health bar instantly turned black, and with the 20,000 plus burn damage per second, he would be dead soon. Lu Chen was not surprised that a super expert like Traceless only had 790,000 health. Since he had such overpowered attack, his defense and health must not be too high. Most sword spirits developed in this direction. Ah! This is impossible. You actually used the triple door to attack. Okay, I was careless. Next time, you will definitely not succeed like this. But we still don't know who will die first. Traceless could still hold on for a few seconds, but he was full of confidence that Wuxia, who had gathered the power of 39 crystal swords, could kill Lu Chen instantly. As long as he killed Lu Chen first, he would still win. It seemed that his plan to torture Lu Chen for a month would have to wait until the next time. This time, he had to kill this guy. Lu Chen did not have time to care about Traceless. He still had to face the strongest sword. Wuxia could nullify defense, but it could not nullify shield. Lightless Sky Flame Pillar. Full power. 144 lightless Sky Flame Pillars appeared around Lu Chen. Why is that guy using lightless Sky Flame Pillar? He shouldn't be able to hit Traceless at this distance, right? Could it be that he's desperate? I really don't understand why he used this skill. Lu Chen naturally did not care about the surrounding players. He naturally had his reasons for using the lightless Heavenly Flame Pillar at this time. Although the lightless Heavenly Flame Pillar's light wasn't very obvious, it wasn't completely invisible. Therefore, Lu Chen could still clearly see the situation of each lightless pillar erupting. Amidst the densely packed Heavenly Flame Pillars, Lu Chen discovered that one of the Heavenly Flame Pillars in a certain direction seemed to have been cut off by something. Furthermore, that thing was moving very quickly, and it was even using Prometha to leap forward. It was currently shooting towards him. Speaking of which, Wuxia's flying speed seemed to be slower than Lu Chen had imagined. Logically speaking, he should have been able to capture its movements at this speed. The reason why he couldn't see it was because the crystal sword had used some sort of technique to hide its tracks. Humph, I found you. Lu Chen coldly snorted. In a few seconds, the crystal sword would reach him. He couldn't use displacement skills, but he could run. Relying on positioning to avoid skills was the most basic skill. The problem now was that Traceless could still control Wuxia's direction. Therefore, he had to dodge within a few tenths of a second before Traceless could react. However, a few tenths of a second wasn't enough time to dodge such a large attack range. This seemed like an impossible maneuver. However, as long as he dodged this attack, Traceless would be instantly burned to death. At this moment, everyone had already held their breaths. They didn't have time to marvel at how incredible Lu Chen's previous attack was. Now, everyone was staring at Lu Chen. The final result of the duel was about to be revealed. Using the heavenly flame pillar to pinpoint the position of the crystal sword, just 1 second before the crystal sword flashed towards Lu Chen. 1 second was enough for a top player to react, especially a top expert like Traceless. However, Lu Chen had already made his move. He suddenly spread his wings and soared towards the sky. Extreme flight. This wasn't a displacement skill, but a support skill that greatly increased one's flying speed. It wasn't very useful. However, when Traceless saw this skill, his face turned ashen. When he saw Lu Chen use the lightless flame pillar, he roughly guessed that Lu Chen was using the lightless flame pillar to pinpoint his crystal sword. However, he was still confident that even if Lu Chen discovered him, he could still use the imperial sword technique to attack him from afar. However, he was completely focused on all the possible directions that Lu Chen could dodge in. The only thing he didn't expect was for Lu Chen to fly towards the sky. In just a few tenths of a second of hesitation, he had already missed the opportunity to change directions. The crystal sword directly brushed past Lu Chen's feet. 1 second later, the burning status on Traceless' body exploded. With a scream, Traceless collapsed. When Traceless collapsed, his afterimages all disappeared. In the entire battlefield, only Lu Chen was left. The surroundings were dead silent. The group of people couldn't believe their eyes. He dodged Wuxia. How did he do it? He couldn't even see it. It might have something to do with the lightless flame pillar. In fact, I just noticed that the cross-section of the light pillar changed a little. Could it be that he used this to infer the location of the crystal sword? Unbelievable. There's also the triple gate. This skill is very strong. Someone used it before, but he actually used it as an attack. This is simply unexpected. He actually killed the Sword Saint. Is he still a newbie? No, I should say, is he still human? Didn't you guys notice that although this guy was very passive, his HP was still full? Damn, who would believe that he killed the Sword Saint with full HP? In mid-air, the golden-armored man narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't concerned about a newbie defeating the sacred sex left sage. He was more concerned about the details. Using an attack skill as a defense skill, and a defense skill as an attack skill. This guy's understanding of the special effects of the skill is far beyond ordinary people. And that dodge just now. That kid calculated the opponent's mentality. Professional experts could predict the opponent's prediction. Top experts fought with their mentality. Once the opponent's mentality was figured out, every move would be passive. When Traceless was about to die, he risked everything and focused his mind. Under such circumstances, if he didn't make a strange move, he would have been killed by the sword. But he expected Traceless' reaction to be very fast. If he dodged normally, he wouldn't have been able to avoid the crystal sword. It would have taken him at least a second. When one's mind is highly concentrated, it's impossible to take care of too many things. He took advantage of this and chose to dodge in the air where no one could see. Finally, he successfully avoided the limitless sword. Humph, humph, humph. The man smiled slightly. This kid is a little interesting. The duel was over, and Traceless was forcefully resurrected. He looked at Lu Chen in front of him angrily. Why do you have wings? You've never shown it before. If I wasn't careless, you wouldn't have won. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly. You've been watching me fight the bounty hunter for so long. Can't you see my ability clearly? So, do I have to show you all my cultivation techniques before you can win? Sigh, I don't want to talk nonsense with people like you. Go kneel at the entrance of the village. No, I'm left sage, left sage. Lu Chen said disdainfully, I've already told you to send the strongest in your family, but you didn't believe me. In my eyes, left sage is, like an ant. Chapter 336. The 14 heroes of the Holy Gate, Tai Zhan, and the other 4 had completed their tasks. Now, there was only one person kneeling at the entrance of Niayuan village. He was the left sage of the Holy Gate, the sword sage, traceless sword of the Holy Gate. The group of people felt that their worldview had been shattered. Even someone as strong as traceless sword could only kneel here. There was no difference between him and the 14 heroes of the Holy Gate and Tai Zhan's group. Lu Chen stood in front of traceless sword, pursed his lips, and shook his head. Look at all of you. If it weren't for the special envoy of the Holy Gate who wanted me to kneel and apologize, you wouldn't have to kneel one by one. Although Lu Chen wasn't a good person, he didn't like to take the initiative to bully others, not to mention that he had defeated them and humiliated them by making them kneel. The cause of all this was Gue Chen's unreasonable request. As for the other Holy Gate experts, they eventually went further and further down this path. You better remember this. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a man. Lu Chen shook his head. You still don't know how to repent. Forget it, your Holy Gate is too arrogant. Instead of letting you find trouble with me one by one, how about this? 2 weeks later, I'll flatten your Holy Gate city. Lu Chen said casually, but the group of people next to him was dumbfounded. Wait, did I hear wrongly? What did he say he's going to do? Flatten the Holy Gate city? Oh my God! I'm going crazy. Is he going to challenge that person? No. He's going to destroy the Holy Gate. Even Traceless Sword was stunned. He looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. You. What did you say? Lu Chen frowned slightly. Who said that you can only look for me and I can't look for you? Each of you thinks you're the boss. Why should I be bullied by you? The surrounding people didn't agree with this sentence. Bullied by you? Brother, who bullied you? Not only did he earn a total of almost 3 million gold coins from the 3 bets, but these people from the Holy Gate were all punished and had to kneel at the entrance of Niayuan village. But then again, the first half of Lu Chen's sentence could be considered as the answer to Traceless Sword. This time, he was going to take the initiative and attack. Alright, take your time kneeling here. I'll see you in 2 weeks. After saying that, Lu Chen sauntered past Traceless. Lu Chen could not be bothered with Traceless anymore. He ran to the village to buy puppet strings. When the surrounding people saw Lu Chen, they instinctively retreated. They couldn't afford to offend this guy. Lu Chen didn't care about how others looked at him. He directly talked to the NPC and checked the goods. In the grocery store, there were all kinds of puppet thread, spider thread, golden thread, mystic gold thread. Lu Chen felt dizzy just looking at it. Fuck, there are so many varieties. Which one should I choose? What are the people who play puppeteers thinking? There are so many different types of puppets, and the advantages and disadvantages of each line are different. Also, each puppet has its own attributes. How should they be combined to bring out the best effect? At this time, Lu Chen was really depressed. He turned to look at a guy who was wearing a wooden puppet. Just as he was about to speak, the guy was so scared that he stopped buying. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have met you. I'll leave now. Don't fight with me, no, I want to, brother, I'm leaving. I have something to do. The guy ran away with the puppet. Lu Chen sighed. Do you have to be so afraid of me? He turned to the other side and saw that there was a pretty puppet master next to him. He was just about to ask. The girl was so scared that she cried. Boo-hoo, I shouldn't have stood with you. I'm sorry, I don't have many gold coins on me. I only have 300 gold coins. I don't want to kneel at the entrance of the village, I'm not, please let me go. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, immediately, two beauties ran over and pulled her away. While apologizing to Lu Chen, they left quickly. Lu Chen had black lines on his forehead, and he almost collapsed. Is there a need? Don't they know that the people from the sacred gate provoked me first? They made me look like a homicidal maniac. As the saying went, gossip was a fearful thing. For most people, they didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. They only saw that a newcomer like him not only had a duel with someone but also proposed an excessive bet. The level 14 Sacred Gate, Iron Fighting Team, and Traceless Sword were all killed. The only lucky ones were the bounty hunters. However, although they had dropped a lot of equipment, they were actually very miserable. Therefore, a saying gradually spread in Niayuan village. That guy is especially brutal and perverted. He will make you bankrupt and kneel at the entrance of the village for a week. When Lu Chen turned around again, there was no one beside him. He sighed. These guys, forget it, Lu Chen didn't expect to ask these people. It was better to ask the high-end Jiuqian players. Some puppeteers would definitely have a better understanding of puppets than he could think of on the spur of the moment. After there were bounty hunters in the second heaven, Lu Chen didn't dare to hang up casually and directly went offline. After entering the group chat, the small group showed 999 plus messages. It seemed to be very lively. Most of them were discussing equipment and looking forward to the second heaven. In less than 3 weeks, they would be able to go to the second heaven. Newbie, morning, is there anyone who plays a puppeteer? I would like to ask a few questions. Lu Chen's prefix was too conspicuous. He was the only newbie in the group. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of others. Administrator, Anji, morning finally appeared. Some time ago, someone wanted to take you as a disciple. What's your level now? Snap of the world, morning, don't tell me you haven't changed your occupation. Want to become a puppeteer? Marionette, someone wants to become a puppeteer. Marionette, what's wrong? Why did you at me? Group leader, Orange, boss Marionette is actually online. Morning, hurry, and ask him. He's a puppeteer god. Newbie, morning, thanks. Marionette, hello boss. I would like to ask how to choose the puppet string. Marionette, you also changed your occupation to a puppeteer. Haha, you have good taste. Puppeteers are super strong. Feng Qingyang, the god is going to give a lecture. Get a small stool and grab the front row. Marionette, I can't say that he's giving a lecture. Let's talk about it. The puppet string was a mechanism that connected the puppeteer and the puppets. The puppeteer's body was modified, so many parts could be used as a means of attack. For example, the arm could be detached to be used as a means of attack, hidden weapons in the abdomen, and even another puppet inside the puppet. It could be said that the puppeteer's methods were ever-changing. As the puppeteer had many mechanisms and puppets were inanimate objects, they needed to connect the puppet string to every mechanism to activate skills. Marionette, the choice of puppet string is mainly based on the type of puppet you have. For example, puppets made from animal bodies are very flexible but not very stable. At this time, we usually use more stable metal strings to control them. Puppets made from wood or iron have similar properties to animal bodies. Their weakness is that they are not flexible. We use a special string with a certain degree of willfulness to increase the consistency of the puppet's movements through manipulation. Marionette, oh right, newbie, what's your puppet? Lu Chen was still confused. The key point was that he didn't even mention the puppet in Lu Chen's hands. Now, he just wanted Marionette to help him choose a puppet string. Newbie, morning, my puppet doesn't have a fixed form. Lu Chen was embarrassed after saying that. The whole group was silent for a full 10 seconds. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.